Hello everyone, assalamu alaikum. So here I have this app and this is the UI, and this UI and app I built using Flutter, Getx, Riverpod and BLoC. So I built three versions of this app. So over here the first one is Getx, this is Riverpod, and this is BLoC. So I have three forms of this app, which means that I built this app three times using three state management system. Here I'll see and show you the comparison and how it feels to work them or use them on the simulator. And at the end, I'll also say the difference and how I felt during the development process. Now, this is actually a complete app. It has both backend, so it does have API and backend and notification and chattings. So all these features have been done using all these three state management systems. Anyway, so I'm gonna allow for this one Getx, and this is Riverpod, and this is BLoC. Okay, now of course in terms of UI and visual effect there is no change. So here I'm gonna do click on this for Getx, and here I see that we can get started, and this is where it takes us, and this one is for Riverpod, and let's get started, and the same happens here. All right. Now for each of them we could log in or sign up. Now for Getx itself, actually I have signed up, so I'm going to log in using my credentials over here, and after that actually we'd be able to use the app. Otherwise we are not going to able to use this app. So I'm going to log in over here, and we'll see that it's trying to log in because it's connected with the server. So data is coming from server, and here we logged in. Now over here we have logged in using Getx. Now I don't have an account for this too, so I'm going to go up and go ahead and sign up over here. Now first one over here, I'm going to use username as Dibes tag, and I'm going to do email address, and here I would do Dylan at dibestag.com, and I'll, in terms of password, I'll keep it just simple. And I'm going to sign up over here, and let's see. Okay, so we see that we have some response, and it says that user account already exists. Okay, now in that case we are going to use a different one. Let's go ahead and sign up. All right, so here it says that an email has been sent to verify to my account, which is my email account. So that means that I'm going to go ahead and verify the email address. So here I've got the link, and I'm going to click on this and verify this email address, and we should be good to go. Let's wait for it because Firebase verifies our email address. In our app we have used email address verification, and for this mechanism we have used Firebase. Now here it says that your email has been verified, as you can see. So now here we are, and inside this we are going to use the email address, the one that we have just used to log in. So I'm going to click over here, login. So here we are logged in using Riverpod. Now for BLoC itself, we are going to use Google login. Of course, you could do email. Login, but here we'll go ahead and do Google login. So here we are doing Google login. So it means that our app supports custom login, as well as Google login, Facebook login, and Apple login. As you have seen earlier, here at the top we had this Apple login. Now we should be logged in using Google. Now as you see over here, you can also use Apple to log in. Okay, beautiful. So our apps are ready. Now this part of this app has been done using BLoC. So let's go ahead and take a very quick look. So here is this search section, and here is this courses. So if we have a lot of courses, you'd be able to see them from here. And then over here we could also do chatting, and this is our profile section. So that was the Getx version. Now let's see the Riverpod version over here. So once again, this is our search section and course section and message, as well as our profile section. Okay, great. Now block section should be the same, as you can see over here. So now here you could also go ahead and click on this section where it says go and see your lessons. Of course, here you would be able to play videos. Now here I put random videos. All the videos are same though. All right, so the videos are same, but you get the idea. So the teacher would be able to upload these videos from backend. Now let's take a look at this message section using Getx. So over here we do see that we would be able to send messages. Here it's hey there, and send messages. And of course we'll have this send images and file section. Okay, so that's what we would be able to do. Here we'll see how this payment section works. So it'll take you to this course section. Earlier we have seen that you can view them as a video, right? But you could also go ahead and buy the course, but the course should be uploaded by the teacher from the backend. As you can see, it's loading. So here we have integrated a Stripe payment, so you'd be able to, your users would be able to pay through Visa card, Union card, and MasterCard. All right. So of course, on virtual machine like this, we are not going to do that. And over here, user would be able to see all the courses that have been uploaded by the people in this platform. But of course, this one we also have over here. Now, from my experience, as I've worked all this 3-state management system, I feel like that Getx is the easiest way to start, and it's the easiest way to get your job done. And on the other hand, a BLoC is the most system-wise. It means that, like, for example, everything is very planned as you work with BLoC. You can't mess around. Getx is easy, but if you're not a good programmer, it's also likely that you'll make mistakes. But yes, with Getx, your development pace is very fast, actually extremely fast. So in a lot of places, actually, when I don't have enough time, I do use Getx rather than BLoC or Riverpod. Now, what about Riverpod? Okay, well, Riverpod actually stays between somewhere this Getx and BLoC, because Getx gives you a lot of freedom. On the other hand, BLoC is very strict the way you do your, the way you manage your code in terms of managing state. So Riverpod stays somewhere between these two. So it's up to you which one you choose. Actually, I use all of them and I'm good with them, so I don't have any problem. Anyway, so if you want to learn more about this app and Getx and Riverpod and BLoC, check out the link below. Thank you. In this section, we'll see how to work with this homepage UI, which also means that we're going to work on this top level, which is our app bar, and then here is hello, and then the username and search bar, and then this banner, and then this items, the one we see over here. All right, of course right now only this section works. We don't have any item for popular or newest, but it would be easy for you to do the same. Now of course a lot of these things are all clickable over here, as you can see that if you go ahead and you can click and the same over here. Now a lot of this task would be done using backend, but first we're gonna work with this UI and then we'll do backend. Of course, when we do backend, actually we would also want to work on the sign in section, because sign in section, the backend is still not there, as I explained earlier. But anyway, let's get started. So over here we have this folder, pages. Inside the pages, I'm going to create another folder and we'll call it homepage. So here homepage dot sorry, this should be a folder, so we'll call it home folder, and then inside this we'll have this file, which is we'll call it homepage.dart over here. Now inside this we'll have a stateful class, and we'll call it homepage. Let's go ahead and import most of the stuff. All right, great. All right, so right now we don't need this pages. I guess we also don't need this sign in. We don't need this names. We don't need this one. We don't need this welcome. We don't need them. Actually, we don't need any of them. So what do we need? We need over here this file, which is called application page over here, this one. And then inside this, we know that we have this bottom tabs. So let's go ahead and find it. Okay, so this tabs over here. Now inside the tab, we want to replace this one with our class or file, the one that we created. So we'll call it homepage, and that's it. Now right before that, put a const. Okay, all right, and if you see it there, well, okay, let's do hot reload. Okay, we don't care about it. Let's do a hot start or hot reload. Okay, so here we are. This is our homepage, it looks like, and not much change. Of course, over here, well, this is the container. Well, instead of returning a container, we can just simply return a scaffold over here. So let's go ahead and do that, scaffold. And inside this, we'll have app bar, and just like other sections, we'll here build app bar. We'll create this one. Okay, and over here we want to separate them, so we'll here have a directory, and we'll call it widgets, right? And over here we'll create a class, and we'll call it widget. Let me see the name section. Okay, so here we'll call it homepage widget. Homepage widgets .dart. All right, and inside this, here we'll have an app bar, and we'll return app bar, and we'll call it build app bar. All right, and then here we return app bar, otherwise we'll still have error. Okay, great. And then let's import app bar, this one. Okay, great. All right, now it's gone. Now if you come to this homepage section, I guess we need to import, let's see. Okay, well, anyway, we don't need this one. Okay, I think we needed the other one, like this one, right? We can close the other two, we don't need them. So build app bar. Are we here? Build app bar. The problem is they don't recognize, because I need to remove this, because if you have underscore, it makes it like private method, but actually it's not a private method. Okay, and now it should be able to recognize. Okay, great. And what is over here? It says it needs an argument, but actually, okay, it got it from the wrong place. So this is conflicting with this location. So what's this location? Our location is package you're running homepage widget. So I'm just going to copy this one, and there is gone. And this is the right one that we have imported. So make sure that you import the right path. Otherwise it will get error, because I think we have also other app bar functions that returns app bar. But anyway, now we are back to our UI design section. So here we do title, and then we'll have a container, and inside this, how to work with this. If you see this upper, definitely this is a row, right? So we are going to work like this. So here we'll have row as a child, and then we'll have children, and inside this we'll have this one and this one. Both of them I'm going to put them in a container. So here we'll have container, and we know that with give it width, not we know that 15.w and height 12.h, and we are good to go. And we need to import them. Okay, right over here we need a child, and this would be actually an image. So here we do image.asset, and then assets icons dot menu menu.png, just like this. Well, it may ask you to replace it with size boxed. If it's so, then do it. All right. Okay, we already see it there, and it's beautiful. So that's the first one, and second one we do gesture detector so that it becomes clickable, and then we'll also have child over here. Then we do container, and here we do width 40.w and height over here 40.h, and the decoration and the box decoration. All right, and over here we'll have image, and now decoration, well, we do decoration image actually, and inside this it takes another property, so that is also image. All right, now over here actually we are supposed to use a network image. Why? Actually this one would be user avatar, that comes from network. But if you don't have one, for now we're just going to use a default one, and we'll see in future we are going to replace them. So here we can do image.asset image, because inside decoration image, if you want, you can also use like network image. Okay, let's see if we can use this, but I guess we already have an error over here. It might not, the image type cannot be provided to image provider. So here we could do asset image, this one, and this would work. I'll now do a const over here, const modifier. Now let's go ahead and save it, and we see it there, but of course we're going to change it. And I think in our assets folder at the top we have an icon, and that's the icon that we can use for now. That should be somewhere here, person. Okay, so we're going to use this one, person.png, this one. person.png. Okay, great. And now let's do a bit of styling with them. So since this is a row and they're in the main axis, so we're going to separate them, and main axis alignment dot space between, so maximum space possible, push them to the far edge, right? Okay, and if let's see if in cross axis if we can make some changes. So here we'll have cross axis and cross axis alignment dot center, like this. Well, looks like they don't have any change, and it's okay, we don't care. And then we can also do a bit of margin because we want to push them a little bit inside both of them. And here we could do edge insets dot only, and then left 7.w, right 7.w. Okay. All right, so they are now pushed inside. Okay, great. So with this, our app bar section is done, but this would be replaced by network image. Now, if you see carefully, you'll see that this section over here and this one, they have different background color. So we're gonna put them the same background color. So over here we could do colors dot white, just like this, and great. Okay, now this section has a lot of things to do. We'll do it step by step, but mostly we're gonna first work with this UI section, and here we'll have a container, and inside container we'll have child, and inside child we'll have column. So everything we want to put inside column, if you see carefully, this one, this, and all of them. So first they're all inside a column section, and over here inside the column, what can we do? First we can define children, and then we could do container. Now the purpose of doing container, the first container is this one actually. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and do that. Now over here, the first thing I want to do is child one more time, and then here we'll have text widget, and then here we'll say hello. All right, and then here we do style, text style, color. Now text style is used for styling the colors. I think you already know that. Colors dot primary, and even before that, okay, I guess it's already auto imported. Primary third element text to this one. Okay, and give it font size 24.sp, font weight dot bold. Okay, right, now let's go ahead and import sp, and we're gonna go ahead and save it, and we see it there. All right, and how to work with this main axis and the distance and everything. So there should be a distance from this one, right? We don't have, and this is why we have this containers over here. So here we'll have margin and edge dot symmetrical. For vertical we're gonna put 0, and horizontal we're gonna put 25.w. Now let's go ahead and do that. Okay, well, okay, it is just like this one, so we're gonna put exactly the same. But if you want, you can also go ahead with 20. I think it would make the same sense actually. We'll see that. Okay, all right, so that's one. And now over here at the top we also want to keep it a little bit of distance, like as you can see. Okay, now for this reason actually we applied the other container over here. So here we can also do margin and edge insets dot only, and then we could do top 20.h. all right, let's go ahead and save it. So it came down a little bit, and with this it looks better. Okay, so the other one we want to do is show the name over here, whatever the name is there, and how to work with this. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, and it should work. Let's see. Okay, right. Now over here for now, I'm just going to be the best text, and let's save it. Okay, and that's the weird part, and we'll fix that. And over here, this color is a bit different. Here's a primary text color, this one. Let's go ahead and save it, and it's changed. And how to change this one? Now, since we are inside this column over here, so we can set up some properties. So here we set up cross-axis alignment property, which is horizontally for a column. So here we would do cross-axis dot start. Go ahead and save it, and we see that they have already aligned together, and that's great. Now over here, this top is too much. As you can see, they should be close. So in that case, we just want to change it to 5, and then let's see whether it works or not. And it's beautiful. All right, now there's two widgets over here. As you can see, well, they're pretty similar, but the color is different. Okay, and the font size is same, and this one could be dynamic as well. So we could do actually widget over here, just like this. Okay, so over here we're going to return a widget. Okay, so widget, here we can just call it home page text for now. All right, and what it's gonna take? Well, first thing it's gonna take as a parameter few things. One of the things is the text itself. Okay, now the text is required, so you're gonna put it outside. I mean, we must need the text, so there is no option of this. And you'll see that this color could be optional. Okay, so there could be primary color, and you can also send color as you want. So here we would do color. That's the first one, and it looks like we have an issue. So here we do color, but one thing you could do over here that you may not have color like this, that is gone, which means that it may not be provided. Okay, or yeah, if it's not provided, then we can use a default color. Okay, now here we can give it a default value. So what is the default value? Over here we could do app colors dot primary text. Okay, all right, and then next over here we could do this height, because the height is different. And over here we could do int top. Okay, and right after this we can just simply return. And return what? We can just simply return this container over here, whatever the container we have seen. So let's go ahead and copy that and put it here. Okay, right, now the first thing we want to remove is this text, because this text itself is dynamic. Now here it says that replace this with this, because it says that H cannot be unconditionally accessed because the receiver could be null. But here we said that it could be null, so that's the problem. Okay, now one thing we could do, we can just remove all of this, and then we could give them a default value here. So you give it a default value. All right, okay, and in that case the error should be gone because you already have a default value. Okay, all right, and how about this color? So this color is whatever the color you provide or the default one. Okay, and after this we are done with building a reusable widget. Let's see, and since we are inside this, we could just simply go ahead and save it, and after this over here, okay, we need to pass 20 and hello and the color. So let's go ahead and do that. So over here, what are you going to do? You're just gonna call home page text. Okay, all right, and well, definitely you'll get error. Now the first one is a text, right? So that is must hello, and after that other parameters are optional, so you can put it like this, and then okay, one expected, two found, and over here let me check with this. Yeah, I think we're doing the right one. Okay, great. Now over here, what is the first one? Or it doesn't really matter because they're optional named parameter. Of course, you could maintain the order over here. You could do color, and then here we could do app colors dot primary third element. I think this is the one that we are using. And after that, we could also do top. So in this case, the top was 20. And let's come back here. So we have text and this, and it looks like we still have an issue with this. We are not supposed to have this issue. Okay. Actually, now it should work. Sorry, here you don't need any brackets. Okay, all right, so you can just simply go ahead and remove this. We don't need this. Okay, and you save it and you will see exactly the same thing. Okay, well, in that case it should be capital H. Okay, all right, now for the best tag we're going to do the same. Over here we're going to put this one, and for now we'll say the best tag, and over here the color itself is primary text, this one. Now remember, primary text is the one that actually is default, right? So okay, I'll go back to that one if well, later on it should make more sense what I'm trying to show you. Okay, I'm gonna remove this. Okay, great. Right, now here for the first one, okay, you see the default value. Well, we provide the value 20, so default value is also 20. That means that even if you don't provide this, it's still gonna work because that's an optional. And second, if the value is not provided, it uses the default one, which is this one, right? Okay, great. And for the second one, the color we don't need to provide because it's the default color. Okay, all right. So with this, your code is more organized, and I mean it's clean. Okay, so it works better. So if you build a widget and you want to make it reusable, in that case you can set up a lot of default optional parameters. In that case, you don't have to pass so much values from here, and that's great. Okay, so with this, our code over here looks cleaner. Okay, all right, and what is the next one we want to do? We want to build this search Eber, this one. All right, and to be able to do that one more time, well, we could start doing it from here. That's one option. So just like this one, we'll build a method over here and call it from there. Okay, and we're going to go to this end over here, and then we'll build another widget. Okay, all right, and we'll call it search view actually, and that's all. And over here we're going to return a container so that we don't get error, and I want to put it actually reusable big text widget. just like this. Okay, all right, and then over here we're going to call it search view, this one. Okay, great. Of course nothing is there. Well, if you see, it's clear that there are one row here. Inside the row, first child, second child, and inside the first child we have row section again. So it's very straightforward. So instead of having this row right now, we could container, we could do row over here, then here we do children, and inside this there would be a first child, and we would do width 280.w, and then here we do height 40.h. Okay, let's go ahead and save it, and we see nothing, and we already learned that we can always use colors to view them so that we get better visualization, and that's beautiful. Okay, so that's it. And then, well, now it looks too close to this too, so there should be a distance. Now, how to work on this distance? Over here right below it, actually we could use a sized box, and then here we could do height 20.h, and it would help. Okay, all right, great. All right, right over here, sorry, not right here, so we are here, and inside this the first thing we want to do is a decoration. So let's go ahead and do that, and box decoration, and then of course you need to remove the color inside this, otherwise it will get error. And in this case, actually we don't want a color like this, so here we do app colors dot primary background, this one. All right, okay, then we do border, and border radius dot circular, and then here dot hw, it doesn't really matter, you can use any of them. All right, and primary background color, which made it look like it's gone from there, and don't worry. Now here, let's do it as a border, and border dot all over here, and here inside this, we're gonna use a color app color dot primary fourth element text. I think this is the one that I want to use. Go ahead and save it. Okay, now it's visible again one more time. Okay, so it was gone, that's because of the color. All right, great. And so that's the first thing, the text box, or the box. Actually, it's not a text box yet, but it does look like. Now inside this, we want to have our in the container, we want to have our child, and then we'll have a row actually. All right, so inside the row we are going to show there's two guys over here, the search icon as well as the text box. Okay, now inside this we'll have sized box, first we'll have children, and then sized box, and then here we'll have width 16.w and height 16.w, and then we can have a child, and then we'll have image.asset, and then assets icons search.png, and that's beautiful. Let's go ahead and save it, and that's what we have seen. Now we're gonna give it a margin on the left side. Now if you want to assign margin to it, so you can't use sized box, so we have to use container over here, and I'll give it a margin. Margin will start from out of this container, out of this child. It means from outside, we know that. Add incest.only, and the left 17.h. Let's go ahead. All right, so it's a little bit here, and then, well, that's it. We don't need anything else for now with this. Okay, now we need a text box inside this. So what are we going to do over here? So right after this, we'll have another container, and inside the container we'll have width, say 240.w, and height 40.h. Okay, and inside this we'll have child, and child would be our text field, but I think we have a text field in our app, so we can look for, okay, now it is registered, this one, and at the top we built this text field. Now we want to borrow some of the things from it so that we can use it. Okay, now over here, this is the text field. You can just simply go ahead and copy from here, and then we can close this, and let's put it here and we'll see how it goes. And we do see a couple of errors there. Now hint text, of course, this is search your course. Now on change itself, we don't need this, it's not compulsory for a text box. And apart from that, we can put const modifier, and over here, while obscure text, we can just do false, because this is not a field for password. Okay, we already see this one over here that it already showed up, so it saved our time a lot. Okay, so now we need to work with this search your course section. You see it went up a little bit. Now for this one, actually we need to come to this text decoration section, and there is a property which is called content padding, this one. And then over here we can also use edge insets, and from I think this one, yeah. So over here we set it to 0, 5, 0, 5. Now it should work. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, you see it came down. All right, so which means that it helps you to set it in the center. Like for example, here is, you see the left, well, from left it is 0, from top it is 5, from right it is 0, and from bottom it is 5. But of course, if you want over here, you can also set a bit of 5 so that we have a bit of distance, and now it looks better. Now this is the way to actually center your field inside a text, or center your text inside a text box. Okay, right, now we have one more icon that we need to work, this one. So let's go ahead and do that. Now of course this is going to be inside this row, so we only have one child so far. So right inside this we can do this one. So over here you see that already we had width 280, which was pretty much like this, so we can put one more over here. And for this reason, right after it, here gesture detector, child, and container. So this would be tappable. Anyway, so here we do width and 40.h, and then over here height, one more time 40.h. Well, width could be actually w, so it gives more like a circular. Now here we want to do decoration and box decoration, so I'm going to be quick. Border radius dot all radius dot circular 13.w, like this one. Border border dot all color app colors dot primary element over here, like this one. And right after this, over here we'll have child image dot asset, and assets icons over here we do options dot png, this one. Now since we are okay, let's go to restart and let's see if we can see that or not. Okay, well, over here we do see that we have this overflow issue. Now we do have overflow issue, we see, and it could be solved actually easily. And to solve this, actually we need to do the other change over here, which I'll do it later in next section, because in next section actually we are going to work on many of the changes that we should have done early. Okay, so with this we are done, and don't get confused, because in next section I'm going to fix this. And as well as previously we have seen our sign in section or sign in button or register button, they didn't look really correct and they looked bigger, and in next section we are going to solve all of this problem. All right, so now as we are talking about this one of the ways to solve this issue is that just we reduce this width and give more space to this box over here, and it becomes bigger, right? So this is one of the ways to do this, but actually there's a better way, and which is the solution we are looking for early. Now to do that, over here we'll see, like, let's go ahead and find our app over here, which says in main the file main.dart over here inside this. So inside this screen util we can set up another property which is called design size actually. So for our app we want universally that the width is 375. Now this is coming from standard width. You could do a little more, a little less, but I think this is pretty much standard. So go ahead and set the size with this. This is the width and this is the height. Now if you go ahead and save this, and you will see that over here the arrow should be gone, and it looks like it didn't hot reload. So in this case I'm just going to reboot. Well, it looks like my app is starting from scratch. Well, now over here after rebooting we see that this is over here, and this is actually what we are looking for. Okay, so which means that it worked over here. Now let's go back to this one over here, like the one that we are doing, and this icon and options over here, and I'm going to go back and come back and let's save it. Okay, now it looks like it is gone and we don't see that. Now I'm not sure about the image itself, so I'm going to come over here and find this image where it says option, and we'll see that. All right, so this is the image over here, so which is background white. So now that also means that over here inside this we have to deal with the color. Now we can go ahead and set the color because it has got transparent background and white color. So over here we could do color, and then we would do app colors dot primary element, this one. Let's go ahead and save it, and hopefully we'll be able to see, and this is the button. Now we also go back to our pages over here, the one that we had already. Now inside this actually I'm going to comment this out, and I'm going to show you another thing that we were supposed to take care before but we did not. So now if I'm going to reboot to the app, so it's gonna start from scratch from our welcome board, and you see that hopefully it should have gotten smaller, and the distance as well. So we have to fix those things. All right, now these are actually same as our original app if you see right now. Okay, and let me find our app over here. Hopefully it'll start up. Okay, so it's starting up over here, but of course we already logged in. So over here inside settings we can just log out and see how it goes. All right, so confirm. Okay, now they're pretty similar. Okay, now if you go to, you see the boxes over here, the size is also similar. Previously they were not similar. If you come over here and see, they are the same things. Okay, now they're also saying that we also have to increase the size over here. Like previously we had this one, and but we want to be same as this. Now one thing before I'm going to change, I'm going to tell you that over here, because of this one, so we have defined a size and adaptable size for all the devices. So that's why it's being changed. So anyway, so over here, but this change is good because it's adapting based on device size, screen, and things like that. Okay. All right. Now over here, I think this is where we had this thing. I think that was supposed to be 60, and let's see. Okay, and yes, now they align pretty much same. And of course, this text we need to change. Now this things to change, actually we can come down over here. Let us see. I think the sections. Okay, so I'm going to just copy and paste it over here so that we can save a bit of time. And now if we see that it came down and they look at the same position. Okay, and that's great. All right, and if we come over here, okay, so everything else is same over here. Now to be able to change this distance over here, the distance among them, I think we need to go inside this, and I want to make changes right away here. Let's go ahead and change this left to, well, it's up to you how much you do, but I think this was the original design. And there is still a little more, but I think it's fine. And okay, I'm going to close this one, and then we also have this distance right below this forgot password over here. Forgot password. So okay, let me change. So login, sign up. Okay, forgot password is this one. Okay, so for forget password, we just have at the left, and over here the button itself, actually we could also do a bit of changing over here. Okay, so here we can so if we came down 70 pixels, and it looks like they're pretty similar. So these are the few changes that we wanted to do, and other changes are same as this, so we can live with that and we are happy. Okay, so these are the changes that I was supposed to do in earlier sections, and as I was working, actually I forgot to set this up. So just I remember suddenly that, oh yes, this was the problem that was causing some dissimilarities with original design. But anyway, now hopefully it makes sense. I'm going to close this, and at the same time this one, we don't need this, any of them. Okay, but one thing, so here we want to put it back the way they were. All right, and this way, once we restart, we'll still go back to our home page over here. Now, so far so good. And what is the next thing we should do? So let's go ahead and check over here. So I could sign up over here, thebesttag.com, and over here as well, 1 2 3 4 5 6. I think that was my password there. Okay, it says that I need to verify my email, so I'm going to use my other account to do that. Hopefully it should work. Okay, now I'm logging in. Okay, so next section we'll see how to work with this sliders over here, left and right. So that's what that would be our next work. So this time we're done, and we're going to do this one. Beautiful. Okay, now to do this, definitely we have to be here, and we already have some text widget, so we can see. Okay, right. And over here we are going to create a new view, and that would help us, and we'll call it menu view like this. Of course it doesn't exist, so we'll get error. Right after this we'll build this one. Okay, all right, so here we'll say widget for actually for sliders. Oh, I don't think it's called a menu view. I said it wrong. Actually, it should be slider view because these are sliders. Sliders view. Okay, and here for sliders, right? For sliders view. Okay, so widget, sliders view, and return something here. So we'll return a container, and we'll see that the error is gone. Make sure the error is gone. Okay, beautiful. Now, of course, this is not what we want. So what are you going to do? Over here, we're going to actually remove them instead of wrapping around different widget. Removing is better and fast. Now over here, we'll have column widget. All right. Now inside column, we'll have this one and this one. This is the reason why we'll have columns. So this would be as a child, and this would be as another child on the top of each other, and that makes sense. Okay, great. And right over here, inside this, we are going to have first width and height. So here we do width. Well, actually, we need a container. The first container, this one would represent a container. This one would represent the sliders. And then here we'll have width. So here we'll have width 325.w, and then height 160h.w. Beautiful. Okay, well, once again, over here, another thing we need to know. Now over here, inside this, we are going to have our child and what to use. Let's go ahead, and here we'll use page view. So page view would be our child, and it takes children. So these three sliders would be inside this, and that's what we want. Okay, beautiful. And well, there could be a lot of other setups that we should do, and we'll do them. Well, first over here, inside this, we'll have a container, and we'll give the container a width. So the width should be 325, which is little same as the earlier one, actually exactly the same. This one, and then height once again 162.h. So that's what we have so far, and once again we will make a lot of changes. Now inside this, we'll have decoration, and then box decoration, and then after this image, and then here inside this we'll do asset image. And then over here inside, we'll have assets, icons, and art.png. And let's see. Okay, well, this is in the wrong place, so it should be inside decoration image. So let's go ahead and do that. And then here do image, and this one. And with this, the error should be gone. Now do remember, make sure that you spell it correctly. But originally you might see this was capital A, but in your icons folder it's with capital A, but I changed it in my folder, so go ahead with capital R. The one I mean by that, earlier over here at the top, you might have seen that this is capital A. Okay, so I'm going to change this one. So I'm going to change it to refactor and name it with small a, and which I think is better. So let's refactor, and okay, great. All right, so now this is the very basic one, and if we see our file right now, and if we go ahead and check that, well, I guess we have a image issue, which it says that it couldn't find. So most of the time, this kind of issues, if you restart, they get solved, and still we don't have art.png. Okay, before I analyze more for this, let's put a const modifier. Okay, and over here we do see that we have art.png, but yes, of course we have changed the name. This could be one of the issues. Okay, make sure assets icons art. Now I'm going to stop the app and restart. Well, this thing didn't work until I did flutter clean and flutter pub-get. I stopped the app and I rebuilt it. It didn't work. Then I had to go to terminal, and then I did flutter clean and flutter get pub, and then it worked. So a lot of time you have to do flutter clean and flutter pub get if you do changes like this, because I think they are saved in a memory of this editor. So if you make major changes like renaming things, it might not work all the time. So flutter clean and flutter pub get might be very useful. Okay, so after this is our app. I mean, this is our slider over here, not bad. And over here at the top, actually, we could also do decoration. We already did actually. So here we can do border radius and border radius. Now here we would do all and radius dot circular. Here we could do 20.h. All right. Okay. And let me see. Okay, we do have a constant expression, so we need to remove that, and then it should work. And I do guess that here we can put const, and with this hopefully it is good. And there's another property inside this which we can use to, most probably it would be better. Let's use the fit property and box fit dot fill. Okay, all right. And okay, now it's looks better. But of course with this there are other issues as well. Now the container itself, I think at the top we could do a bit of margin, and then over here we could do edges only and the top 20.h. all right. Okay, and now with this it looks better. Now of course we can have 3 of this and then work with this, but we don't want to do that. So what do we want to do? You want to create a reusable widget over here and a reusable widget. Okay, so over here sliders widget. Okay, and then this would be also widget, and then here we'd say the sliders container. Okay, like that. And simply we'll just return what we have copied so far. Okay, great. Now only thing we want to do over here is having this image path, and this is what we want. And this one we actually want to have an optional value. Okay, and this would get as a path, and then over here we define this one, the one that we already have, as the default one. If nothing is given, then we do that this is the default one, and with this it's a bit safer. If it can't find others or not given, most probably, or if you don't give actually any of this, so it would be used. All right, and of course we can wrap this around using our cast image if we want. Anyway, so now from here I'm going to just remove this, and then I'm going to use the sliders container, and then here we'd say assets icons art.png. Now the error here is because you need to give it a name, otherwise you'll have this error and you're good to go. Now over here, this one we have this underscore here because this is a private method, belongs to the slider view, because slider view is accessed from here. So that's why it is a public method, because we don't have any underscore. But this one is only accessed from here, so that's why we can do that. Okay, anyway, so now we'll have 3 of this and we should be good about that. Let's go ahead and use them. All right, and now let's save them, and we'll see that we have 3 images which we can already slide. Now over here I think I have an image which is image 1 and image 2. All right, now let's save it. Okay, and hopefully, well, looks like they're the same images. Then I'm going to restart. Okay, and we still have same image. The reason is actually over here. I think I didn't change the name. It has to be dynamic path. All right, now let's save it. And looks like we still have a bit of issues over here. Okay, so here we could say that it's not null and the error should be gone, I guess. No, it's still not. Okay, oh, it is. Okay, one other problem is this one, and then I think with this it should work. Sorry. Okay, and with this looks like our image just gone. I have no idea why. I need to check, and yes, this is the problem. One more time. I'm sorry, the reason is the same reason just now we had. So over here the images, okay, because this was image 1, so actually I just wanted to change the name. If you want, you can keep it image 1, but I think this is not good, so I'm going to do it as image 1. Image 1. All right, refactor, good. And for this one we could also do the refactoring, image 2. All right, great. And then I'm going to restart it. Hopefully it should work. If it doesn't, then it still means that we have the issues where we were facing issues, the same issues that we had early. Okay, and let's see. Now these images are not found from there. Image2.png. The reason is same image is there because we just changed the name. So, well, what do we need to do? First, stop the app, and then, okay, stop the app. If you did not change the image name, then you don't have to. So I would do flutter clean and flutter pubget. Well, this is also a learning. A lot of time we change the image name and after that it doesn't work. So this the reason is Flutter, well, at least Android Studio, I think it has internal memory about resources. So you have to clean that and then you have to do flutter pubget. Okay, and this is what I was doing in earlier section. Okay, now let's go ahead and run it and we'll see that it works. Okay, so after doing flutter clean and flutter pubget and running the app, it's just working. So if you're facing the same problem, just go ahead and do that and it should be hopefully better. Okay, all right. Okay, and the other thing we want to do right after this is about our dots indicator, because we also want to have dots. And how to work with this? Well, it's easy. So over here we'd also do a container, and then definitely we want to have child. Let's go ahead and do that, child. And then here we do dots indicator, this one. And then here we do dots count 3. And if you save it now, well, you already see that. And it's beautiful. Okay, so next one is over here, you want to do position. Now the position should be changed dynamically. Let's save the position as a 2 and we'll see that it changes. If you do 1, then it steps back, so default position is 0. Now this is the place where we want to change things dynamically, and how to do that. Okay, anyway, so right now I'll just keep it 1. Later on we need to change this, and then we could do decorator, this one, and dots decorator, this one. Inside this, here we'll have color, and then here we do app colors dot primary third element, this one, and then we'll also have active color, this one, and the app colors dot our primary color, so which is primary element, the second one. I'll save it. Okay, right. And then after this, over here we'll have size, and we'll do const over here, and the size dot square, this one, and 5.0. and after that we'll have active size, this one, and then here we do const size 17.0 and 5.0, and with this it'll look better. Okay, and smaller. Okay, and then we'll also do active shape. So let's go ahead and do that. Active shape over here, rounded rectangle border, this one, and border radius dot circular 5.0. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, right. But of course it's just not going to work like this. Okay, because it's not dynamic over here. All right. Okay, now actually right after this is the time that we go ahead and work on the blocks to work with this, because we want to make it stateful. So as we go left and right, we want it to change, so that's why we need to work on our block. So first we are going to go ahead and create new structure, folder structure. That's what I mean, not really structure in real life, but anyway. So here inside this we had this home folder, and then we'll create a new folder, and we're gonna call it block. All right, and first thing we want to create is our file, and we'll call it homepage states, dart, and then let's create other two, homepage blocks.dart and homepage events.dart. After that we can close this, and we're gonna start from states class over here. Well, the first thing we want to go ahead and create a class, and we'll call it homepage states, and we know that it's very straightforward right now for us, and we'll create a constructor here, and we'll call it homepage states like this. All right, but we are going to declare a variable to work with our index, like the one that we see, and this is the one that we want to make it dynamic. So here, that's why we'll have int, and we'll call it index. All right, like this. And now of course there are things that we know it's gonna happen. So it says that nullable instant fill index must be initialized. Well, so it wants you to initialize this, but it says it nullable. If you make it nullable, in that case you don't have to initialize, but we'll stick to our pattern, the pattern that we've been using. First here we would do const, and then here we would also do final. Okay, and inside this here we'll have this dot index. All right, and we still need to initialize it, or either use the required key, but for now default we can use 0. But if you use the required key, then it's gonna work as well. And I'm going to do this reformat over here. The other way to work with this is this one. Okay, so with this it would also make sure that when you pass a value, it has a value. Okay, you can also go ahead with this, it doesn't really matter. You can also go ahead with optional parameters. That's all up to you. Either way it works. All right, but the earlier one, the one that we see it with this, we have like a value assigned to it, and I mean, if we have this curly braces, so with that there is a value assigned, which is good actually, because with this you get a default value. Okay, great. So I'm gonna stick to that one. Now over here we're gonna create homepage index method, or homepage new state, like that. Okay, homepage new states, this one, and actually it should be homepage states, and here the method name is copy with, and after that we are going to return like this. Okay, and we have to return home page states, this one. All right, but as we return, we need to, well, if we don't assign any value, it's going to use the default one, or if we do, of course, we have to pass something here. Now, what are you going to pass? So if you pass things over here, so it could be int index like this. All right, but now this value, for now it is in index, and we're going to make it optional. Okay, all right, and then over here we could do like this. So this one is named optional parameter. So here we need to do this dot, well, it should be just index, and this index would take the index value of this one, and if it is exist, use this one, otherwise use this dot index like this. Okay, well, so that should work as well. And so, or the other one, like the old pattern we did, you could also do like this. Either way, it works. Now all of these things are just for changing this value. Now this homepage states would do more than this. Right now we just have a situation where we just change one value, but here in future we'll see how we deal with list, and here inside this as a variable we'll also insert list. All right, and after that over here we need to work with the blocks. This class, actually it should be this class. Over here we are going to declare an abstract class, and we'll call it homepage events like that, and this would be our abstract class, and we'll have a constructor, and we'll just call it homepage events. Even if we don't have one, they'll assign it automatically. So here we'll have a class, and then we'll create a new class, and we'll call it homepage dots like this, and extends homepage events like this. And over here we have to have a constructor for ourselves, so that is homepage dots like this. All right, but as we learned earlier that actually we'll pass value to it from our homepage or from the UI, so we need to grab that value, and we'll grab that value in a variable which is called index. Now once we have this one, inside this we also need to do this dot index like this, and with this the arrow should be gone. Make sure that your constructor is homepage dots, otherwise you'll get error. Don't write homepage events over here. All right, so with this our event is ready as well, and this is another event that we did. And after that we need to come over here, and then we could do class home page blocks and extends block, and inside this home page home page events and home page states, all these things. All right, and we also need to import it. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, great. And after that, of course, it says because it has a constructor superclass, this is the superclass, it has a constructor, so you also have to do that one. So here just simply do super, and now inside super we want to assign our initial state, which is this one. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we do home page states, this one, and we can put a const before it. All right, the arrow should be gone, and after that here we'll have the body. Now inside the body we're going to define our on method, and the first on method would just trigger one event, and that is home page dots, this one. And then we'll have a handler over here, and handler name is homepage dots, homepage dots. Okay, great. Now we're gonna define the handler out of this constructor body. So here we do void homepage dots, and then it will have homepage dots, this one, the events, and then we'll have emitter and home page states, and we'll call it emit. And after that, we are good to go. And right after this, over here, well, we need to create an instance of this actually, otherwise we'll get error. And over here we can just simply go ahead and call, we could do emit. All right, and based on this we can do state dot copy with, and what do you want to pass? You want to pass to index, pass event dot index, and we are good to go. So with this we are ready. So I'm not going to explain this thing one more time because I think I have done it many times in other places. They are pretty much the similar thing. Okay, with this we're ready, and now we need to inject this blocks, the one that we created. So we need to go to pages.dart, and over here one of this that I'm going to use right now is copy this, and here we'd say home page. That's what I would do. And here home page, most probably you need to import it. Pages home page, right? And here it stays the same, and here it's a home page blocks. Okay, now in routes section, home page, it doesn't exist. So here we'd say navigation home page screen. All right, so here we'll have static method const home page equal, make sure you write them correctly, home page, otherwise you'll get error. Okay, home page. Now if you come over here, the error is gone. So that means that with this we'd be able to inject the home page, the route name, and the blocks for that, and this is awesome. Okay, now let's go ahead and start it, and we'll see if we have any error or not. We don't have any error, but of course this still doesn't work yet. In next section we'll see how to work with this. Okay, well, in this section we'll see how to work with the states itself, because even though we injected, but they are not responsive. Okay, so we're going to go to our home page over here, which is this one, and over here, this one, we are going to wrap it around block builder widget. So I'm going to do that. So here I would do block builder, and then here we do home page blocks and home page states, and then we'll have this builder property, we'll have context and state, and after that we're going to return like this. And oops, I think I tapped on the wrong button. Looks like I don't have anything to paste. Well, in that case, because I just cut it, I don't know what happened to it, so I'm going to go back, make sure that it is still there. Okay, now I'm going to cut it. So now this time block builder and home page blocks, home page states, and then we'll builder property, and we'll do context and state, and right after this we're just going to return and paste what we had early, and we are good to go. Now one thing we need to do over here, import the states. Of course you may expect that it's gonna work. Of course it's still not gonna work because nothing has changed, even though we wrapped it around. Okay, so now over here the slider itself, the slider view, needs actually parameters. One it needs is the context and state. Now of course it'll throw an error. Okay, let's see. Okay, well, we're gonna add that, and that's what it says, that add positional parameters. So here we're gonna add build context and home state home state state like that. Now with this, the arrow should be gone from here as well. Beautiful. Okay, great. And then what to work with this one now? Of course, the state is still not going to work because they should change when you slide over through them. Okay, now for this reason we also need to work on this. Well, let's come over here. So this section, now this section is a page view. Now over here we need to get the on change event, I think on page change, and it takes a value property. Now we know that previously we have seen, you can print that value to string. So if we slide on them or tap on them, would be able to print the value. Okay, all right, let's start it again one more time. So now it should be 1 and it should be 2. All right, so as we do that, we need to get this value and then assign it to this event. Okay, now how to do that? Now we already know that we have an event, and we already know we have the context and state for that. So here we can just simply do context read, and inside this we could do our, we look for the certain block, which is home page blocks, this one. All right, and after this we could also let me see, I think we need to import stuff, otherwise it's not gonna work. All right, and then here we could add events, and what events you want to call? You want to call home page dots, and then inside this you want to pass the value, and that's it. Okay, all right, and make sure the value property is int. Okay, right, now with this we'll come over here and we'll pass this value over here, and this value would be grabbed from this over here, and this is assigning, and as it assigns, this index would get updated, and as it gets updated, this is the perfect time we grab the value, whatever is there. So how to grab that? So you could just do state dot index all to double, and now it should work. Let's see. Okay, there's the first one, and there's the second one, there's the third one, second one, third one. So our page is dynamic. And yes, I know I was pretty fast just now over here because I think we have talked about this a lot and many times. Yeah, so that's how it works. So in this section we are going to work with the below or the following UI. So this one, and well, first this and this. Actually they would be in one section, so let's go ahead and do that. Now to be able to do that, we need to find our home page actually, which is this one over here. All right, now inside this we are going to have well, one more time we'll call it menu view. All right, so for like this, and we'll come over here and create a view. All right, okay, let's go ahead and do that. So here we'll say menu view for showing more items, or showing items actually, items. All right, now here we'll have widget and we'll call it menu view, and for now it doesn't take any parameter. Now inside this we are going to have this column section, because this two, this line and this, they are in one column. So here we do return and simply column, and then we'll return children, and that's it. All right, so the first one is definitely a row over here, but we want to put that inside a container so that we could have better control. So first here we'll have a controller, and then we'll have width, and in general that's what we've been using, 325 throughout this app, so we're gonna use this one. And then margin is aginsets dot only, and then here we'd say top 15.h, because we want to have a bit of space between that, the dots and this one. All right. Okay, right. Now let us see if we have any changes. Of course, no, because we don't have anything to show yet. And right over here, first we'll have a row section, and inside this row we are going to use another container, and that container would be for our text. All right, and let's go ahead and see if we have so far any reusable text or not that we can use them. Well, if we have reusable text, we should have them over here. Now here we see that home page text, and over here, well, this one. But if we want to make it reusable, actually we need to put a lot of content, a lot of conditions, and in that sense it's kind of useless. I mean, it just did too much work. Okay, so that's why this one we don't want to reusable. Okay, all right. Now first, okay, let's anyway go ahead and create our own text, which will give us a better idea that how to work with this reusable text, whether we should be using this one or create a new reusable text like that. Okay, right. Now over here we are going to do a container. Now once again, this container is also for better control. And then we'll have a child over here, and then we'll do text, and then here we'll say choose your course, like that. Right after this we're gonna do text and style, and we'll do text style, text style, and then inside this we'll have color, app colors dot primary text. This is the one that we want. Let's go ahead and save this, and we'll see. Okay, well, it's already there. And then over here we could do font weight, and font weight dot bold, this one, and font size 16.sp, like that. Okay, now, okay, this is what we have so far. Oh, looks like the container is still not useful, but we'll see. Now over here, this section, actually we can go ahead and put it in a reusable widget section, which we could do, let's see, right below it, reusable text section. So here we would say widget, and then reusable menu text. So for now, this is what we'll have, and over here we're gonna return this. Of course, we need to have this return keyword, otherwise we'll have an error. Okay, now over here we are going to have this reusable menu text, and we see no change, and so far so good. All right, and if you see the text down there, well, okay, these are the menus names. Okay, and we also see one here. Okay, all right, so now since this is a row, actually I can put one of this again. Oops, not this one. So the name that we had, reusable text and menu, and of course it can do a lot of stuffs. Now the first thing we want to do, change the text. So we want to make the text dynamic. All right, so over here we'll have a string. So let's go ahead and do that string, and we'll call it text. And over here we are going to pass choose your course, and then here I think the text was a see all. Yeah, see all. So that's what we are going to pass, see all. See all. All right. Okay, good. And the now, well, let's see. Okay, we also need to change here to make the real changes. Text. Let's save it, Yes, we see. Okay, it's working. And one more thing we could do right away here is do like main axis alignment and space between. That's what we want to do. Main axis alignment, space between. Now space between, will put them at the end. All right, great. And then there are other things like styling issues that what we also need to take care. Now over here, definitely the text color is different and the text size is different. So here, just like last time, we'll have some optional named parameters, optional named parameters, right? So over here we'll have string color, and then we can give it a default color. Then our default color would be app colors dot primary text, this one. And also we have a bit of issues. Color isn't okay, sorry, so it has to be color. All right, and then over here we could also do font size, right? So here we do int font size, and then you could give it well 16, say default font size. All right, okay, now we need to use them over here, so let's go ahead and do that. So here first we do color, and then over here font size dot sp. Let's go ahead and save it. Nothing changes because these are optional named parameter, but they also have default values. Okay, so that's why they're using the value. Now for the first one we keep everything as it is, but for the second one we are going to change. So over here we are going to give color. So for the second one, the color name actually would be app colors dot primary third element, this one. So let's go ahead and do that. Primary element text, and let's save it. So color already changed, and beautiful. And after this, now over here font size. No, this one we want to assign font size as a 10, and let's save it. And we see it's a little small, and that's okay. All right, so that's what actually we wanted. And one more thing we can set up, if we can actually align them. So here we could do cross axis alignment, cross axis alignment dot over here we can see end. All right, so it came down, so all in the same line. So with this reusable menu text become usable or reusable. Okay, now let's see what is going on over here. Why this reusable? Okay, so I have a typo. Let's fix that. And I'm going to copy this and put it here. Oops. Reusable, copy, and put it here. Okay, now the error is gone. So with this we have a reusable text section over here, and which was also coming from this column inside. Okay, now for now we can just forget about this one. Okay, great. Now in general you want to wrap it around another widget which is called a gesture detector, because that would help you to click. So in future we'll see if we have this one or not. So for now we'll just go ahead and do gesture detector, so it's also a hint that it should be clickable. All right, so next one. Well, so the next one is working on this icons, sorry, the buttons over here, as you can see. So this is what we want to work. Now that would be actually right after this container one more time, because the container was holding the row. So once we are done, and then we are here. Okay, right after this we create another container. All right, and now this container would be like once again hold a row, because inside this you'll see these are all in a row. So that's what we want to do. So here we do child, here we do child, and then here we do row, and then here we do children. Okay, well it should be self-explanatory, if you get my point. because there isn't much things that we should do about them. Now inside this we'll have first container, and first container will definitely hold this one, and along the way we'll also see if we can make them reusable or not. Now inside this let's go ahead and do some work. The first thing we want to do, actually do a decoration, and then we do box decoration. And the reason is because it has some rounded border, so this is one reason that why we are doing that. So here we do color and app colors dot primary element, first one, and that's one. As well as we also need to do border color, so we do border. Okay, we can go ahead with border radius first, and then border radius dot all, and then actually we could do radius dot circular, which would also work. And then inside this we do 7.w, and right after this we can also do border, just border, and then border dot all, and then just to give it a color, so app colors dot primary element. Okay, let's go ahead and save it, and we'll see how it looks. It doesn't look like anything. There is a reason. The first thing, it doesn't have any content, which I mean by a child. So it doesn't have a child inside this, so we can either put this child, the child that we created, reusable text menu. We could do this one. And now with this there are other problems, but we'll make it reusable because we don't want to create widgets again and again. That is not good. And with this our programming skills get better because we learn a bit of complex ideas that how they work. All right, so now inside this, what are you going to do? First you want to have a child, and we'll see how it goes. And it looks like it's not recognized at the top, then I'm going to put it at the bottom over here. It does. And then here it's a reusable text, and only thing I want to pass over here is the menu name. What is our menu name? The first one, actually it's called all, so that's what we are going to do. So here we're just gonna pass all, and we should be there. Okay, well, I'm not sure it's visible, so let's go ahead and see. Okay, so of course the background color and the text color, they're matching, so this could be a problem because here you see we have this primary element, so this is the color is also a problem. Now one thing we could do, we could also go ahead and apply color to it. So the first color what you want to apply to it, let's go and see what color we want, and here we'd say app colors dot primary element text, this one. Let's go ahead and save it, and we see that it's white, and this is what actually we wanted. All right, and now there is another problem with this. We also need right now it's bold, but we don't want to bold for our text color, so that's also a problem, or the text style. Now over here, let's see if we can reformat, and okay, with the reformatting over here I do see that I have an indentation, so I could apply more optional parameters over here. So here we'd say font weight equal font weight dot bold. Now if this is the bold one, if it's the default one, so over here we just remove that, and then we say font weight. Okay, now of course this is the default one, so if we save it, nothing's gonna change because everything is being default over here. Now for this one we can also apply font weight. Okay, so here font weight, and what do we do over here? Font weight dot, for this one we want to apply normal. Okay, and you see it changed. And another thing we also want to change this time, font size. Here we just do 11, so it's not that big. All right, great. Now of course it still looks a little stupid because of this spacing. So of course we also understand this is very much reusable. Okay, now since it looks stupid, we want to make some changes over here. The first thing we want to do is called padding. Looks like we can't apply it from inside. In that case, I gotta be right after this, and we could do it at the bottom over here. So now here we could do padding. And what is our padding? And agencies only, and then we do only, and over here we do left 15.w, right GHT 15.w, top 5.h, and bottom 5.h. Let's go ahead and save, and we'll see much better changes, and that's what actually we wanted, and that's beautiful. Okay, now at the top it's too much to this close there. I mean, the choose your course text is, they're very close. Over here we can just also change add insets only, and then we can apply top to 20.w, and with this I think it would be better looking, and this is beautiful. And let me see what's going on here. Okay, it wants you to reorganize everything. Well, I think okay, child should be at the bottom. Oh, that's fine. All right, and looks like my formatting is not working for this long syntax over here, so just put it like this so we know what's happening. Now one thing that we could do right now, also we can make this whole container, the content, reusable to work with these 3 buttons. Okay, how to do that? And actually it's easy. The first thing we can copy it from here. Let's place it there. So over here now there is a problem with the naming. Okay, so here we could just say, here we could call it reusable subtitle, reusable title text, or subtitle text. Now we need to change this name because this is the wrong naming. Subtitle text, I think this one. Okay, oops, there's a typo. All right, and over here is the same, so subtitle, and over here is the same, subtitle. Okay, great. Okay, and now after this we already copied this one, right? So now over here we can create another widget. So here we'll say for the menu buttons, reusable text. Okay, now over here we do widget, and then we just say reusable menu text. All right, and okay, just simply return these things over here. So we're gonna return the container that we had. Okay, right, and it does look like, okay, it needs all of these properties, otherwise it's just not gonna work. Now it worked from here. Let's see, reusable text. Let me see what's going on there. And over here we need to change subtitle. Now we can go ahead and call this one reusable menu text from here. So we can just remove this and put it here, and that's it. Of course nothing changes, but now one thing that we want to do actually, now we wanted this text name is dynamic as well, so we need to change them dynamically and as well as the background color. So the first thing over here we want to do is passing a text. So the text is all. In that case we have to have a string text, or in this case we can say menu text, which is better, and then we can just replace this menu text like this and save it. Of course nothing changes. Now we could go ahead and copy this, and we're gonna copy it 3 times so that it works. I mean 2 times actually. And over here we see that the second one is popular and next one is newest. So let's go ahead and do that. Popular, and the other one is newest. Okay, great. Okay, not bad. Now one of the things we want to do over here, I'm going to collapse this. Okay, now if this is a container, over here we want to apply margin, and we want to do it agencies only, and then we want to only do on the right side, only right 30 dot let's see if we could just do 20.w. Now we have this spacing over here, and which is good. Now we also want to work on this background color, because this is the default tab and this should be different tabs over there, and they should have a different color. Now I think I found a better naming for this section. I don't want to do this. Just go ahead with reusable text, and which is actually better. Otherwise the name is still confusing, so we are going to remove this. We're going to call this, and the same over here, and sorry about that. Let's go ahead and do that. This way the naming is better, because the whole page is using this text. It shouldn't have a name like reusable subtitle, just reusable text. Okay, all right, great. So now we have this reusable text over here. The color we need to send is different, and as well as the background color. Now let's take a look at this. Actually the background color is white, if you see. So their background color is white, but the text color is the same as this one. We need to take care of this foreground color and the text color. Now first we'll take care of the text color, because the foreground color, which is also a background color, is already white. The text is white, so if we make them all white, it's not visible. So first we want to take care of this text color over here, and how to do that. Now we are calling it 3 times from here, and each time we call we need to give it the color. Okay, so for this reason over here we also need to change this optional parameter. Not change, I mean adding more. Okay, so over here we could do color, and here we say text color, and then we'll give it a color of app colors dot primary element text. I think this one. Okay, right. And if you go ahead and change it over here, just use the text color, and you'll see it doesn't change. Everything stays the same. So well, this is also our default color, right? You can see we didn't apply any color from here, but in the parameter section over here, this reusable menu text, we applied a default color. So if you don't pass anything, it's going to use the default color, which is kind of white. Okay, and we are using this. Now this is the time we can go ahead and apply the color as well from here. So here we do text color, and then app colors dot primary third element. Let's go ahead and check it. You see the text color change, which is this color is same as this one. Now it may look a little bit complicated and convoluted because this is reusable. Well, this is also reusable, and these things are getting called from many places. This also takes parameters and optional parameters, and in the parameter section it also has default values, so it could be confusing. But since they're reusable, you can call them from anywhere. You can also set a new values for them. Okay, yeah, it works. And then over here we also do text color one more time, and app colors dot primary text color. Okay, great. So with this, it also means that other sections, it didn't have any impact here. Okay, because why not? Because it's using this one over here. Okay, now with this, it also giving color, a new color to it. Okay, so that's why it's like not being affected. Okay, all right, now after this we want to change this background color over here. Now this background color should be white actually. Now in that case we will set up a new color parameter. Okay, so for reusable menu text over here, so we'll call it color, and it would be background color, and then here we would say app colors dot primary element. Is it the color name? Let me see. Yes, it's the color name. Okay, now over here we can use this one, background color. Okay, and over here we use the same background color. It wouldn't change at all. Okay, right, nothing changed. Now from this section you need to apply a new color for the background. So over here we do background color and colors dot white, and this should work. Okay, right, and over here it's the same thing, colors dot white. Okay, all right, so we created a little more reusable widgets, and they're a bit complicated in a sense because this reusable widget uses another reusable widget inside them, and they all have default parameters, but nothing is breaking over here, and it's beautiful. All right, now at the top I think we have created homepage text over here. Now one might be thinking, can we also put it in reusable text or remove this just use? No, I don't think so. Now we should not, even though we can, because here you see there is another optional parameter which is a top, which has to do with this one, margin. But the reusable text we created in this section, like which is this one, if you open it up, you will see that it doesn't have any top parameter. So if you're going to use that one again, actually that's a lot of work. I mean, you have to do a lot of changes and conditional check, and in that case you might also make mistakes. So we don't want to do that. Okay, so just keep it there, and we're good to go. Okay, great. So with this we built a lot of reusable widgets, and we know how to use this. So all the widgets are here, and the core logic is here, and which is beautiful. Okay, anyway, so in next section we'll see how to work with this, and that section will be also long because we'll also have to make a lot of refactoring over here as well, and I'll explain why. So now we are going to work on this section. Now this has to be using Sliver greetings, which is better. Of course you can create your own custom greeting, but in that case you have to take care of a lot of things, and which is not good, extremely a lot of things. You have to create your own mechanism. Anyway, so we are not going to do that because we already have some widgets that we can use that is shipped out of Flutter framework, so we'll be using that one. Now we're going to use a silver grid. Now to be able to do that, actually we also need to use a custom scroll view, which also means that right now this section over here, whatever we see, this column has to be replaced by custom scroll view. So here we would do custom scroll view. Now custom scroll view doesn't take children, it takes slivers. So that's what we will have over here. And for now we'll comment this out. Actually it's not useful. Anyway, now of course if we go ahead and use them right now, we'll see that we'll have a lot of errors. Okay, now that's because inside the custom scroll view you can't really use your widget like this. Okay, it only wants slivers. Now these are not slivers, and over here you see that I have said slivers, but these widgets are not slivers. So widgets are not slivers. Now what is slivers? Slivers actually kind of widget that gives you better control how to do animation and scrolling, as well as they are very performance optimized. And slivers also let you do gradings like this. Okay, so that's why we are going to use slivers. Slivers you can use inside custom scroll view. Now these are the widgets. Now what to do right now and how to go ahead and use them, because we already built them. It doesn't matter, we knew that we'd be building them, and I knew that I would be building them, so it doesn't really matter. There is a way to use this widgets inside slivers as slivers. Remember, right now they are not slivers. Now to be able to do that, actually, yeah, I'm gonna cut this, and then inside this I can use sliver to box adapter. Okay, and then there is a child. As you can see, there's a child property. Inside the child you can use any kind of custom widget or tech custom or any kind of widget actually, or custom widget. What it does, sliver to box adapter, it converts a normal widget to slivers. That's what it does, and it's easy. It does it internally, so we don't need to take care of that, and we are happy. So over here we are going to do this one more time, and then this, and we are good to go. All right, now over here, instead of sized box, we can also use sliver padding. And then in that case we have to have padding. All right, and then here we could do edge insets only, edge insets, that only. And we had this I think that was top. Let me see, that was as the height. So over here we would do top and whatever we had. Okay, great. And we'll see if we need to make changes. And this one as well. So this one, sliver to box adapter, sliver to box adapter, and the child would be this one. And it's awesome. It's very easy. If you have a custom widget, you can convert it to slivers using just putting inside sliver to box adapter, and this is where it's very powerful. And then child like this, and we are going to cut this one as well. Okay, and the child, and of course our layout would still be changing a little bit if we just go ahead and save it or restart. I think we're gonna have to restart this. Okay, yes. All right, and so far looks like everything is good. Everything is following the pattern the way we wanted. Wow, this is awesome. Okay, so next section we're going to work on this grid sections. Right, so let's get started. Now here first we are going to use the sliver padding because we need that. All right, and over here I'm going to fall down and make it better looking. All right, okay, so now inside this, first I want to apply some edges, edge insets, and we do symmetric, and inside this we'll see how it goes. And first I'm going to do vertical, and vertical say 18.h, and horizontal for now I'll still do o.w. all right, okay, great. And after this, over here I want to do sliver, and this is where sliver grid comes in. So sliver grid, and inside this I'm going to do something called grid delegate, this one, and inside this we'll have a sliver grid delegate with cross axis. So we are going to use with fixed cross axis, the first one. All right, and I do think it needs more parameters, otherwise we'll have issues. The other one is delegate. Now delegate, well, we'll be talking about them later, but if I talk about later, still have an error which I hate to see. So over here would say sliver child builder delegate, this one. All right, and let's see, we can fall back. Okay, great. And inside this, well, it wants parameters, so this is one issues, and over here it also wants cross axis count. So let's put that one, and for now we want to put cross axis count as 2, and we'll see how it goes. All right, so this is the only one that we're gonna set right now. And for sliver itself over here, well, inside this there are a few things that you need to do. Let's see if we can pick them out first over here. Well, so one of the things that, okay, well, inside this here we see there's one which is compulsory, which it says that, well, you have to return a function from here, and the function has to take as a parameter. One is a context, so it has to take a context, and there is an int variable. Actually, this int is used for index counting. Okay, so this one thing is must that we have to have. And the callback that we use, or the property that we use, that's called builder. So this is what we are going to do right now. Here we could do like build context. Let's go ahead and do that. Build context, and int index, like this. And after that you can just simply return a widget. And why we are doing that, and over here you see that you return this builder as a widget. So over here we are going to return a widget, and here we would say widget name is like a container. So we return container widget, and after this you can give it a width and height, say width 100 and height 100. And because we are doing test, so here you could do color and colors.red. all right, okay, now with this let's go ahead and restart our app, and we'll see how it looks like. Okay, so this is what we have, and well, it's extremely large, so there are a few properties that we need to set. Okay, now here cross axis alignment, we set it to 2. Now after this, actually we could set up other properties, for example your spacing. Okay, so go ahead and do that spacing. Say spacing is 15. Go ahead and do that. Okay, right, now as you see over here we have this one. Okay, great. Now one thing, even though here we said this is 2, but this 2 cross axis count, and this over here there is another property which is called child count. Actually they are different. So here we do, let's see, we could access child count or not. There should be one child count. Well, if it didn't recognize, so I'm gonna go here and child count. So I'm gonna do child count 4. Now let's see. Okay, now what happened to this? We are supposed to see 4, now we see 2. Now over here let's go ahead and set another property which would make more sense. Spacing, cross axis spacing is 15 as well. Okay, right now it should make sense to you guys. Now okay, so whatever we have here, it may sound a little bit complicated and convoluted, so I'm going to explain to this to you. Now the first thing over here, let's start from the top. Well, we are using sliver grid, and well, it does take Sliver child delegate and Sliver grid delegate, which is grid delegate. Okay, so we have these two delegates over here. One is grid delegate and there is a delegate. Okay, now of course we have to use both of them. Now here is this, what is this access count and what is this child count over here. Now of course this child count actually refers to how many total child you have. It doesn't have to do anything with whether it's going to do it horizontally or vertically. Okay, it just cares about, okay, you give me child and I'm going to show you. All right, but how to show whether horizontally or vertically, and as well as how many items you should have horizontally or vertically, it's all controlled by this Sliver grid delegate with fixed cross accent, this function, or this class actually I would say. So this is what it does. Now for example, say, well, now over here I have total 4, right? Now that's what we see over here. But of course if you don't assign anything, it would be like unlimited, right? It would just keep going over here, unlimited scrolling. But this is what actually I was talking about. If you have a lot of scrolling, in that case actually slivers are amazing, because as you see we're scrolling, it was not doing anything shaky or sloppy, very smooth. So for smooth scrolling, slivers are great. Anyway, we're just going to use 4. Okay, now how many to show each item is controlled from here. Now we are doing it like 2, so that tells you, so vertically put 2 items, but of course you could also do 3 over here. Now you'll see that it's vertically putting 3. Okay, all right, so a lot of the things depends on here first, and then you see how many items to show, and then it has to do with this width and height. So first the controller or the control happens from here, and then happens whatever if we have more information, and it takes that and it works. Now for example, if you have say 4 items over here, you can also do 4, and that's great. It's just gonna work with 4 because you have total 4. It's taking all of them and put it horizontally 4, or you can also think like, since we are saying cross access count, so vertically it will have 4 items, so which means that 4 columns. But of course if you go ahead and do 8, it's not gonna work. Even if it does, like, yeah, this is all empty because it doesn't have any items over here, because eventually you have total 4 items. So the total number of items is reflected by Sliver child builder delegate, and then in each column or in each row how many columns displayed, that's used by or controlled by this Sliver grid delegate with fixed cross access account class. Okay, so each row and column total number of items is done by this, and actual total number of item is used by this one. So hopefully it makes sense. All right, okay, so since these 2 items are very important, these 2 numbers, so they take effect first, and then your width and size, it doesn't really matter, it has to do with this 2 first. So we are going to fall back to 4. With this it looks better. Now with this we should have better understanding how this things work, and other things are like spacing, and so you get the point. It's more like padding and margin. All right, so another thing we want to do over here, like you see this is a rectangle size. Now how can we control this? We can control this actually using something called aspect ratio. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we'd say child aspect ratio and 1.6, which is more to make it look like a rectangle. So as you see, so a lot of the things over here, they don't really matter how you go ahead and display them. Even you take this out, okay, it's still gonna work. So these parameters, the numbers, they play a bigger role to displaying the items, not really the way we want, based on the size over here. So, well, now why this size doesn't take effect? That's because we want dynamic layout. So if you have a lot of data and you want to show them in a grid, definitely this would do better controlling on the grid rather than your own count. if you really have fixed width and height, the gridding is not useful because you can do your own grid. But because the Flutter is already helping you and it optimizes everything, so even if you have width and height over here, it's not going to work. It would calculate the width and height on its own based on this number, and this number. Okay, so they take an important role, so you have to know this one. So first, this one takes place. It first gets how many items you have, total items, and based on this it finds, okay, how many items should be per row. Okay, which means that how many total number of columns per row, and then it decides the shape. Okay, yeah, you can, of course, you could also do like this. It doesn't really matter. Okay, now it becomes different size. Okay, all right, hopefully it makes sense. Just go ahead and play with that as long as you feel comfortable. Okay, now with this we are good. Now over here I'm gonna have it 4 for now, and I'm going to wrap this around using a widget, and this is gesture detector widget. Now this over here is quite important because this images actually would be reading them from network, which also means that they would be coming from our backend. But of course we didn't start working on backend. Once we are done with this UI, we'll go back to our backend and work there, and then come back to front end again. Okay, so that's how it's gonna work. Anyway, so now we'll have on tap event, and it's pretty much empty. There's not much there because no item for now, or not clickable at all, but let's keep it there. Okay, so now this is the thing that we want to work with, and the things we see that we need images, so we'll put images there for now. But the images we're gonna use them from our local assets, and once we're done with the backend, we'll read them back. So here we do decoration and box decoration, and then after this here we do image and decoration image, and inside this image again, and for now we're going to use asset image. Once our network images are ready, we are going to replace them with network image. So here we do assets icons art.png. with this is the first one that would be seeing. Okay, all right, and it looks like it does have a bit of issues, and it didn't say, okay, it did say, let me check. Okay, this color thing, so if you have color, you can't use it like this. Color has to be always outside. Or I want to use image1.png, image1.png. I think this is the one that we had early. Okay, beautiful. So these are the images that we are going to use. All right, and then inside this box decoration, let's give it a border radius. So here we do border radius dot circular, and then we do 15.w. all right, okay, and there is a property which I think we should set, which is called fit box fit dot fill. I'll go ahead with fill. Okay, now they look better than before. Now for now we are going to put a const modifier so that we look great. All right, and now let's go ahead and see our other design. So over here actually we'll have a title and a subtitle, as you can see from the text itself. So we'll have title and a subtitle. Now these are also would be coming from our network data, and this would be inside this container. Now this container will have right now a child itself. So let's go ahead and do a child, and then our child would be column because we have this two text and they want to sit on the top of each other. So that's why we'll have. Now if you see over here, we want to start them from the bottom, okay, this text. So for that reason, one property we can set right away, which is called main axis alignment. So here main axis alignment dot end. So this time we're going to start everything from end, and here pretty much what are you gonna do, we just gonna use a text over here. Now first I'll have a container, and then inside the container I'll have child, and then we could do text, and then here the first one we could use best course for IT. All right, and after this we can also do setup over here like style. So let's go ahead and do that, and text a style. and then inside this we could do color, and for the color itself we could use app colors dot primary element text, this one, and then over here font weight, so we do font weight dot bold, this one, and after this we could do font size, and here we do 11.sp. So let's go ahead and save it and see how it looks, and we see it there. Now that is the first one, and with this we also need to do a bit of padding inside because they are all inside the container, this container. So over here we could do a padding. So with this padding we'd be able to control the distance between the bottom line and the text itself. So here we do edge insets dot all, and then here we could do 12.w. all right. Okay, right. And what else? Now you might ask that, hey, can't we just use a reusable text like the text we had early? Let me show you. Okay, it's like this one. You may ask, well, we can just go ahead and do this one. Well, it does. I think we can in that sense. Okay, let us remove this one. It says it's already unnecessary. Okay, so this one. But now here is the problem. Even though we'd be able to use the text itself, but we want to set up other properties over here which the other text doesn't have. Okay, what are the properties we want to use? We could use, like, for example, one of the properties that we want to use over here is called max lines. Okay, because these are coming from backend. Now in the backend someone may type in long text, so we want to take care of that one. So this doesn't really reusable from here because we didn't have these properties. Yes, we can go ahead and do them and put here. And after that, what will happen? We have to set a lot of conditions, and we also have to pass a lot of default named parameters, optional parameters. I think this could make things very messy, which I don't want to. So over here, just to go ahead and do things like this. So over here we will do overflow text overflow dot clip, or we could just fade away. So if you have a very long line, it would fade away. Okay, now we can just prove that over here. So for example, this one, let's go ahead and copy that and put it a few times, and we'll see that, okay, it's fading away. So even though it's extremely long, but you don't see all of it. Okay, and that's the beauty of this design over here. But anyway, we don't need so much, but it's just to make sure on the back end someone doesn't write too much of these things. So let's make sure put const or whatever it wanted us to do. We did that, and it was just repositioning the children. Anyway, looks like the text itself we also don't need. If we don't need, just go ahead and move that. So that's one of the properties that we used, and the other property we can also use, which is called text align. Now over here we want to start from the left side. Okay, so text align dot left. Let's save it. All right. Okay, so we are starting from the very left side. Sorry, over here, left side should be here actually. And what else? Okay, and we also want to set up, which is called a soft wrap equal false. We don't want text wrapping, like become a second line. We don't want to do that. Okay, all right. Now this section actually done for this one, but if you see below it, we have another one. Okay, so we also need to work with this. Let's go ahead and do that. Now one of the ways to do this, we can just go ahead and copy this. All right, and that would be there. Okay, just like this. But this one here, flutter best course. All right, okay, so we're gonna put this. Okay, now over here, IT and engineering. This way I want it to look better. This is the first line, okay, which makes it look better. Now, one thing we want to do with this one, we want to wrap it around a container, because, or actually we could also do sized box over here instead of container, and we could do height and give it a bit of height at the top. So say 5.h, and we should be good to go. And we also want to change the color for this, and this one, primary fourth element text, this one. Okay, now it's more grayish color, and then text over here is normal. We don't want a bold text. Okay, it's better. And over here text itself could be 8. Okay, great. Now since this is a column, we also have horizontal axis, so that is a cross axis. So for column, horizontal axis is cross axis, and we want to start everything from left side. Okay, great. Now let's change an image to see a better effect. Okay, like this. So yeah, okay, so with this we are pretty much done in this section, and we have come along so far and did a lot of work. And over here now, this widget, as you can see, most probably we would be able to take that out and put it over here, because it's a lot of work that we see we are doing inside this. I don't want to make it so messy. What I'm going to do over here, I'm going to say course grid, and then inside this I want to have it right below it. All right, for course grid view UI. Now this is a widget, and we'll call it course grid, and for now we're not passing anything, we're just simply returning what we had. And with this, looks better. Okay, great. So far we have done a great job, and we are done with this section. And this is the time that we go ahead and also do backend. But that also means that we also want to go ahead and do the logout first. Okay, this is very important. And if we can log out, that would help us to do more debugging in future. So we want to do that. So we'll log out first, and then we'll do the backend section. We'll see how to create this UI over here, and then we'll go to this settings sections, and inside the settings we'll have logout. But for now, we are not going to cover everything. Part of the thing we would do just the basic UI over here, and then this settings button, and then it would be clickable. Then we would go over here and just simply have this headline, back button, and a logout for now, so that we are able to log out, and then it would look like a complete app, as I said before. And then after that, we'll go ahead and do our backend. But from now, even if we want to do this section as well as the settings section over here, it's still a lot of work. So let's go ahead and get going. All right. Okay. Now here I'm in my project. So here the lib folder, and inside the lib folder, we'll create a new folder, and inside the pages folder, we'll create a new folder, and we'll call it profile folder. Profile. Now inside profile folder, we'll have another folder, and we'll call it widgets. And then we'll also have a Dart file over here. We'll call it profile.dart. All right. And it's here. Okay, great. Now inside this, we are going to create a stateful class for now. Let's go ahead and do that. So here's stateful, and then we'll call it profile. Right. Let's go ahead and import rest of the stuff over here. Okay, great. And Okay, so this is what it looks like. So here we have this head section, so that's what we want to take care of. Now this is the time actually we can find our home page. welcome.dart, and I think somewhere here we had at the top we had, okay, that's not welcome, I think that's application page. All right, so over here at the top we might have let me go ahead and find it. It has to be somewhere here that we had this bottom tabs. Okay, now this one over here, and at the top over here we had this profile section. Now we can just simply go ahead and remove that, and then we can call const profile page. All right, and one thing I guess we could do right now, since we have this classes over here, Dart files, and a lot of them we call them page. So let's go ahead and be unique as possible. I think we also need to make some changes in other places, but this is trying to be unique as possible. Similar as possible, so that it looks organized. And over here we also have to do this. And now inside this, so let's go ahead and import it. We should be good to go. All right, now of course our app is here, and okay, I think well, let me take a photo of this so that we know what we are talking about, and as well as settings section. So that would be like this. All right, and I think my earlier app was here inside this, and I'm going to select this one and going to run it again one more time. Here the app is ready and we don't see anything so far, and we'll make sure that we see things. So that's why over here we'll just simply say child, and well, we need to wait, looks like it's slow, and then center, then child, and text hello. We'll just make sure that it works, and let's do hot reload. Yes, everything is good. Alright, so first we want to remove that and create an app bar. So app bar should look like this. So let's go ahead and do that. And of course we need to have scaffold first. Whatever we do, we need scaffold, and then inside this we'll have app bar. Okay, now just like all the time, we also need to create well, we have this widgets, right? So inside this we could do our app bar. Now it's all empty, and over here we can just create a file and we'll call it profile widgets.dart, like this. And here we'll just simply create app bar, and we'll call it build app bar. Okay, like this. And let's go ahead and import Cupertino. Oh, that's material, not Cupertino, but anyway, so you don't always need to remember, you just need to know how it works. And we're gonna return a bar over here, and that's as simple as that. And let's solve this issue over here. So here we'll call it build app bar, and make sure you import the right one, because there is one in sign in, there's also one in home, and this is the one that we might look for, profile widgets. Okay, so they have to be the correct one, otherwise it will get error. And we save, and most probably we'll see nothing. So let's open up our simulator over here. Okay, well, we do see that there is a bit of color like this. Anyway, so now let's come inside this, and here we'll do title and a container. And then inside this, first you want to have a row as a child, and then we'll have this, and inside this we'll have sized box. Let's go ahead and do that, and here we'll do it with 18.w and height 12.h, like that. Let's import it. Now we need that because I think we are working with this one over here, and then we want to work with the image over here. So this would be child and image dot asset, and here assets icons, and then we'll call it menu.png, and make sure that we are doing good. And with this we'll have some effect over here, so we already see this that this is awesome. Okay, so that's the first one, and next one is there is a text over here, and we'll call it profile text. So let's go ahead and do that, and we'll call it profile, and inside after this we'll have style and text style, and then here we'll do color. So app colors dot primary text, this one. All right, and then here font weight, and here we do font weight dot bold. Okay, right, and after that font size we could do 16.sp, and let's go ahead and save it, and let's see how it looks. Okay, well, this is together, but there are other properties that we can already set it up so that we know how it works. Now inside this we could do main axis alignment, and main axis alignment dot space between. All right, so it would push it to the end, but of course we need to change more. Now if you see over here, we want to work with this, and for that one we can also copy this one and put it here, and that in this case we just going to, I think I need one of this and remove one of this. There was an error, so here we do 24, and here we'll call it more vertical. Okay, well, it already looks good, and we might have to restore it to make sure that it took effect, and I think this time it's great. We don't have this error anymore, and this is awesome. So that's the first part that we have worked with. Okay, now we're going to work with the body section over here. Let's do that, and here we'll have single child scroll view if we need to scroll somehow, and that would help us to do that. And then here we'll have child, and then you'll have column over here. Now let's go ahead and do children. Now inside this the first thing we want to do is this one. So this one, this guy, and this guy. So definitely the first thing we also need a column format, and we already have the column, and inside the column we'll have a container. Let's go ahead and do that. So here we'll have container, and here we'll have width 80.w and height over here 80.h. Let's go ahead and import them. All right, okay, now why we have container, and that's because we also need box decoration over here. So here we do decoration, box decoration, and first you want to do border radius. So let's go ahead and do border radius dot circular, and then 20.h. And after that, here you'll have image, decoration image, and image. For now we'll have asset image. In future we're gonna use our image from network, definitely for our profile and avatar. So here we'll do image. Oh, sorry, it should take strings, assets, icons, headpic.png. And let's go ahead and put const before it, and hopefully with this it would look better. And okay, here we have this one. Well, this is a default image that we can put here for now. We are inside this column, and how to center this one? Well, if you feel like cross-axis alignment and cross-axis alignment dot center, it's not going to center it because column itself doesn't have the sense of width. Because here we don't have any width, so it doesn't know how to center itself. But now if you wrap this column using a container, and if you put it inside container, and then it should work. Okay, and after that, over here we could do a width. So give it the sense of width. And how to do that? Here we can use the media query dot of context dot size dot width. So it would get the width of this whole phone, and then this is how it would get the width. And I guess we can replace it with sized box, and that works the same way. All right, so that's it. Now if you see over here, we also have this one, this icon button over here. Now we need to work on that one. And how do we work with this? Now we do see that over here there's an image, but this image inside the container but inside the decoration box. Well, with saying that, that also means that we can put a child over here, and that child would be our image. So here we do image, and then here we do image again, and asset image. Now inside this we could do assets and icons, and then edit 3.png. Okay, and I guess we need const before that. Let's go ahead and save it, and we say it in the middle. Now for the child we can use alignment property, and here we do bottom. Here we could do alignment dot bottom right, this one, and it should work. Okay, great. Now we could also do a bit of padding around it so that it looks better. So here padding and add insets dot only, and then here we could do right and say 6.w. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, so it moved away a little bit. Now how about the width and size of this thing? It does look a little big. So now inside this over here we could do width 25.h, 25.w, and height 25.h. Let's go ahead and save it. Now we need to remove const, and then it looks smaller, and which is better. And now before this, well, now here it says that change the position, and you should be good to go. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so that's the section where we have this icon and profile icon and added button. So here we'll have this widget, and we'll call it profile icon and edit button. Remember, the icon profile we would change in future would read them from our network. Anyway, so we'll call it profile icon and edit button. Return container. And let's come over here, and here to profile profile icon and edit button, and we are good to go. Now there is a problem with the background color. If you see, we can also fix that. Now for scaffold, it takes the background color. Go ahead and do that, and here we do colors.white, and let's save it. Now they look more aligned, and which is better. Now over here we want to show the name, actually this name, and how to do that. Okay, now we are going to build these sections. Well, I mean, we'll lay out for the whole section, but we'll just do this one, and then we'll do on tap event. And for this one, we're gonna come back later and do it, and a lot of other things, because we just wanna go to the logout section. And once we start working on backend, a lot of the things we'll do later. Anyway, so now for that one to be able to down over here, let's come over here, and we can call it like here, build list view, like that. Okay, all right, and of course we don't need this, and right over here. Okay, so here pretty much like setting sections buttons. All right, and then over here it's going to return us a widget, and then we'll call it build list view, like this. And let's see, okay, error's gone, and then here we would do column. All right, now the first thing, that's because we want to have them on this layout like that. Make sure that it works. So over here I would do container and child text hello, just like this. Make sure it works. Now let's come over here and save it. Okay, we do see that it says hello. All right, great. And now over here we're gonna remove them. We don't need this, like this. Okay, because we want it to be clickable, so here we do gesture detector, and inside this we'll have child, and then we want it to have a container, and inside the container we'll have child, and we'll have row, and then we'll have children, because they are in a row, so that's why we need a row section. All right, now in general, the first one is also a text, an icon over here. So here this would be a container as well, and then width would do 40.w, height 40.h, and then padding edge insets dot all 7.0. All right, and then decoration, box decoration, border radius dot circular, and then here we do 10.w, and then color app colors dot primary element. Okay, let's go ahead and check it, and we already see it there, and beautiful. Okay, all right, and then inside this we can also have a child over here, and then that would be image.asset. Now inside this sets icons and settings.png. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, beautiful. That's what we see. And right after this, actually you want to have your text. Let me see that it works. Okay, it is the way we want it. Right after this, you want to have a text over here. Now I think we have had a text somewhere before. Okay, so I'm going to copy this text, and we'll see how it goes. All right, and let's put it here. Now regarding text, actually we'll have a big change later down this section. Okay, now here we are, and right after this you want to have this text section, and here we'll call it settings. Okay, right. Now here you could have this one, sized box, and then width, and we could do 15.w, give it a bit of spacing. All right, good. And you can also do like over here. So we need to work on this section and how to do that. Now let's see over here. Well, we can wrap it around a padding widget. So let's go ahead and do that. And we have padding widget, and inside this we could do edge insets that only, and then here we could do left. Now here we could do left 25.w. Let's go ahead and check that. Okay, it looks like this. And now of course with this it looks much better now. Okay, so that's it. And for now, actually at the top we can have a bit of spacing over here. So you can here do sized box, and then we could do height and 30.h, and with this should look better. Okay, so now this section would be clickable. Now one thing though, this one over here, actually it's easy to work on like this few icons. Let's go ahead and see that very quickly because we have already done it. All we need to do, we need to make them reusable, and that's all. Okay, now we are going to reuse them, but this time we'll take our understanding of Flutter Dart one step further, and which is very useful. Yes, we can just go ahead and copy 4 times like this, and this would work as well. But this has been pretty much the boring and repetitive, and I feel like that we need to learn something new. So we can just go ahead and copy them 2 times, 3 times, or 4 times, and it would work. But this is becoming very repetitive, and this is not what we want. So we'll broaden our understanding about Dart. Now to do that, first here we'll create a map over here. So we'll create a var, and the var is images info like that, and inside over here we'll create a map. Now the map will take value as a string, and key as a string, and value as a string as well. So if you want to use map in Dart, first you have to mention the type. So key value pair, they're a pair, and then we'll have this curly braces to put this map key and value inside. Anyway, so now let's go ahead and do it. And how we are going to do that? So over here we'll have our text over here. Our text name is settings. So what I'm trying to do over here, move this value and this one dynamic. So here we'll have this text which we'll call settings, and then for each text there would be an image. The image is whatever the image's name. Now there is a greater benefit of doing like this. Yes, it does include a bit of complexity, I understand. Now over here we'll call it payment details, and then we have this image which is called a credit card.png, this one. And after that we also have another text which is called love. We're going to do that, and then over here we'll have a word word.png. For now we'll have this 3. Okay, now we want to replace them dynamically, this one, and to be able to do that, first we need to come over here and introduce something called spread operator. So here I'll have this spread operator, and inside this I'll generate list. So instead of doing it manually, here you can do it using list.generate, which returns widget. So over here we do images.length, so it doesn't matter how many of them, we'll get the length directly. And right inside this we are going to repeat whatever we have, and it should work. Now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, we'll have 3 of this, but of course right now none of this changed. Now we want to change this section. Now we want this section to be dynamic. Now to be able to do that, we need to read it from our map. So what is our map? Our map is images.info. Now over here we want to get the key, so value. So these are keys, and these are called values because they are in key value format. So for images itself, we want to get the values. So to get the values, map has a property called values, and then we want to get them using index. So over here, this index is assigned dynamically. Whatever you put for this list.generate, of course it wants a list, and inside this it can grab this index automatically. So we will use that index. Now here map has a function which is called element at. Over here we can just pass the index. So what it will do, over here it will get this map, which is this one, and then get all the values. So these are the values, and then from values, using this index, it will find the certain value. Hopefully it makes sense, and that's how it works. Okay, now if we go ahead and save it now, and we'll see that it works. You see they already have changed. Awesome. Now over here we want to do the same. So we can just simply do like this, images dot. Now this time we want to get keys instead of values, and element at index. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it, and we'll see that it already works, and this is awesome. Now inside this, over here we want to apply margin, and then we do add insets dot only, and then over here we do bottom and 15.h. Go ahead and save it. Awesome. So now with this, we have broadened our understanding a little bit about map, how we can use map inside widgets and use them dynamically and generate them dynamically. Now with this, there is a greater benefit. In future, if you want to change this icons without updating your code over here, so in that case, you need to read them from API, because you can change API anytime, and then it would get updated automatically. But of course, in that case, you have to first make an API call, and API call should return JSON in key pair values, and you put them over here. Okay, so this has a greater benefit if you want to change them dynamically. So this is why I have introduced this idea over here. Hopefully it makes sense. Now there is one more over here. I think we have 4 items. If you see, actually 5 items, learning reminders and achievements, they are missing. So I'm going to do, actually I think this should be a word, should be achievement. I think I have a typo. Well, it can't change. SCHEI. I think that should be E. Or let's remove that. Okay, it works now. Okay, now over here we'll have love, and there is this image. The image is heart 1, because there are many hearts, so we are taking one of them, and then the last one is reminders, and then here there is cube.png. Okay, now if we set, and let's go ahead and hot reload. Well, if it didn't work like this, let me see whether I need to push it. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, now let's come over here. Okay, now it works beautiful. So our next section should be clicking on this and go to the setting options. Okay, well, now we want to be able to click on this and go to the logout page, right? Now over here, we need to create a page, and we'll call it actually settings page before we call it logout page. Well, now let's see, where is our page over here? Okay, this is profile. Now inside profile, we'll have a new folder. So let's go ahead and create a folder. We'll call it profile folder. Sorry, settings folder. Okay, settings folder. Settings.dart. Well, what it say? I don't know. Okay, one more time. Let's go ahead and create one directory settings. Okay. All right. Now inside this, first we'll go ahead and create a file, and we'll call it settings.dart. And actually, I think I can tag here settings page. So we also need to make changes over here. Also, now I'll do a big refactoring, so we'll make a lot of changes. And over here inside this, I'm going to create another directory, and I'm going to call it BLoC. And then inside this, we'll have 3 files as usual. So here we'll say settings states.dart and settings events.dart and settings and blocks.dart. All right, now why we need this? Well, that's because over here, once we click on this, it'll take us to a new page. Now that has to do with navigation. Now remember, over here we have this pages file. Over pages file, inside this we have this page entity, and they are responsible for routing. So we want to do a routing from here. Now if we do routing, because we're also using BLoC to do routing, so we need a page, a file, and a block provider for this. That's why. But of course you may ask, well, when we created this profile page, we didn't have one. Why not? Now that's because well, this is not routing. This is just going or navigating using bottom navigation bar. So it's not routing at all. So that's why we didn't have this. But here, once we click on this, that would be routing. So that's why we need this one. All right. Okay, great. And now inside this, I'm going to go ahead and create a stateful class, and we'll call it settings page. All right, now inside this we are going to create import a library, import everything what we need. Okay, that's one thing. Now of course right away, if we want to go and navigate, you can't, because as I said earlier, inside this, each of them page entity, we need route, a file, and a block provider. Otherwise it's just not going to work. Why not? Because over here on generator routes actually loop through everything from here, and well, as it does, it takes the block provider, all block providers, and block providers actually loops through this page entities from the list and just picks the blocks or block providers. So that's why we need that. So anyway, so now, since this is the topic that we talked before, so it was just a small recap. Anyway, so now we'd come over here, create a class, and we'll call now. Okay, all right, this is a class, and inside this we'll just have a constructor const setting states. That's it. Okay. Yeah, that's all we need for now, because we are not going to really do anything much or any operation, but later down the road we'll change it. I know that we'll change it. All right, and after that, over here we're gonna create an abstract class, and then we'll call it settings events, and then over here this class will not have anything, and we'll call it class. And right after this, over here we'll have a new class. We'll call it settings page. No, we can't call it settings page. Trigger settings. Okay, all right, trigger settings, and extends setting events. Yeah, just like this. So that's all we need for now. Okay, because we are not going to really use them. All we need, because our pages need them. All right, and now we're gonna set up our blocks over here. So here we'll call it class settings blocks, extend block, and then inside this we'll have setting events and setting states, like this. And we need to import it. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, and then over here we need to do settings, and then we have to also call the super constructor, and then inside this we'll have setting states. Just pass a state, that's the idea. And then inside this we'll have a method, that on method, and we'll register trigger settings, like that, and then we'll call it trigger settings, like this. That's all. And then we have to create the method over here. Now of course we need this one because we have to trigger an event. Okay, that's all we want. Right now we're not going to pass any data, but we have to trigger an event. All right, so over here we'll see trigger event, trigger settings, and then inside this we'll have setting events, we'll call it event, and we'll have emitter class, emitter, and then it takes the type setting states, and we'll call it emit. And after that over here, that's all we have, and emit. Okay, now we'll just simply go ahead and try to trigger this setting states. All right, and that's all. Okay, well, for now that's all. Actually, not much. Okay, great. Now after this we're gonna come over here, and then we need to wrap. We can just simply go ahead and remove this first, and then return a scaffold, and we'll see how it goes. Scaffold, and then we'll have body, body. Well, I think we need to import the library, otherwise it'll still throw an error. Okay, body. All right. And inside this you might have a column section. Actually I'm going to have single child scroll view, and it will have child, and then we'll have container for now, and then we'll have child again, and then we'll have column, and then we'll have children, and inside this for now we'll have text hello there. That's all. All right, now about this one, because this section we want it to be reactive, so we're going to wrap it around block builder widget, block builder, and then over here we'll have setting blocks, this one, and then setting states, and then we'll have over here builder. I think that's context, not builder. Context and state, and after this you return something like this, whatever you had. Okay, great. And it looks like we have an issue. block states. Okay, what else? Well, I think it needs builder property, which I missed over here. Okay, and put a const modifier. Now we would come over here. All we need to do, we need to register it. But even before registering, we need to go over here inside this app routes. So here for settings of the app, here we would do static const settings, just like this. And then we just copied it. I'm gonna put it here, and then over here we'll have settings, and here we'll have settings page, this one, and here we'll have settings blocks, this one. All right, so hopefully it should work. So I'm going to restart the app. Okay, now before it has to work, over here we are going to go to our profile section over here, and inside this we have this list view builder. So we need to work on this gesture detector, and inside this on tab event we need to call this function to go to a new page. Inside over here we are going to use this on tab event, and over here we'll have navigator.of context, and then based on this we need to call push named, and then we can just simply call app routes dot settings. Of course there are errors. The first thing is the context. We don't have the context, so we need to pass a context to it. So over here we would pass bold context and context. Now from here we also need to pass context. Since we are inside this stateful widget, we can actually go ahead and pass context. So simply go ahead and pass context. All right, so the context is coming from this profile page stateful widget. It is going to this over here. Now that has solved part of the problem. There's another problem. Now here it says that the argument type feature object cannot be assigned to the parameter type void function. Now this is the argument over here, and we are passing this one to where? We are passing this one to the parameter type void function. Now actually this is what it is talking about over here. Now of course if we go ahead and do like this, so if we go ahead and just put like this, and this should solve the issue, and it will definitely work. If you go ahead and click on this, you see that actually you can go back like this. Well, by the way, your settings page should have an app bar, empty app bar, so that you can have a back button. So I just set it here. All right, make sure that you also have this block builder, settings blocks, and setting states, and you do like this. Okay, great. Now back to this one over here. Now why is like this? Now actually it shouldn't make sense directly. I know I can finish it over here, but this is more like unfinished business. So I'm going to explain to you guys that why this is like this, why we have to have this one. Let me explain to you. Now one thing we have to know about on tap, actually here if you hover over on this, it takes a function, and the function should not return anything. Well, this function is a callback over here, the button this callbacks responds to. So this is a button, and the button responds to this callbacks. Or the other way you can think like this: gesture detector is a button. If you click on this, this function gets called. When something gets called, or when you pass a function to another function, this is actually called callback function. Now it does something to you, that's it. So when you pass a function to another function, or like an on-tap event over here, it should do something. Now here there is a condition for this on-tap event. It says that whatever you pass, make sure that this function doesn't return anything. That's what it's trying to say. Well, we can confirm that. So over here you could do like print on tapped. Okay, so this is a callback function actually. Let's go ahead and save it, and you click on this, you will see that it says on tap. You click again, anyway, it doesn't really matter, it will show that. So over here, this is a function actually. On this function actually we can move over here, we can do void func, you can name it anything, and we're just gonna move this body, the function body, to here. That's as simple as that one. And you just can call func, this one. It still work. And if you see over here, you click on this, it will say that untapped. So this was a function over here, but this was a function over here, and we just moved it out there. You can also put it here, and nothing else changed. And well, where does it happen? Now one thing you could do here, we can have this one just like the callback structure. So this is more like, well, this is the callback thing. Okay, now inside this callback actually we can also call a function. So the function we had, let's save it, and it works the same way. Okay, now if you click on this, we'll see that, oops, let's come over here, like here, right? You see it still works. So here we are executing this function inside this callback. Remember, the outer braces, they are just called callback function. I mean, it takes a callback function, and inside this you can put another function. It's a callback function. Inside this you can put another function. So what is happening here, this function is being executed inside this callback, and that's what's happening over here. Or if you don't want, you just call the function itself. Now because it is this one, because it has this section, it is still a callback, but this time the difference is it doesn't have any function inside this callback. It's just a statement, and it does something. The only thing it makes sure, okay, don't return anything from here. That's all it does, and that's all it wants actually. It says that whatever you assign here, don't let me return anything. Okay, because I don't want anything, any function that returns. So this makes sense, and it broadens our understanding, but actually it goes more than that. So we learned that over here we can't return anything, right? So if you do return statement, and over here if you say xx xx, or now over here you return string. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and save it. Oh, let's tap on them. So it's not going to work, okay, because this one doesn't take anything returned. Okay, all right, I mean, that's one thing. Okay, so that's what we learned, but we could do something different right now. So anyway, we can have this. We can also have a function, say another function, it returns string type, and we'll call it func1, and then here it just return hello, anything. Okay, now here what we could do, here we could call func1. All right, of course now it would be executed. If you go ahead and click on this, we still see untapped, but it's been executed, right? So here we could say print hello like this, and we'll see that it's being executed. Okay, hello, and then untapped. Now what does it mean? It means that, okay, now we already know that if we don't have this one, this whole section is actually the callback over here. Okay, now inside callback, if you call a function, that can return anything it wants. For example, we can go back to the original form of this syntax, and inside this, in fact, we can call func1, and then we print untapped. Let's click on this, and you see it works. Okay, so these are just different ways of writing. Okay, now over here, okay, we had this one, no problem. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this over here, and then I'm going to call func. Okay, now once again, this is the callback. Inside callback, if you have other function, they could return anything. So we are saying now this function is being executed inside this callback. Remember, right now this is our callback, we just transferred it to another place. So this function is being executed inside this callback function, and that's what it tells us. Okay, right. Now, just now we have seen that. So what does it mean? It means that we can actually call it like this, func1, which should be equivalent to this one. Okay, all right, and here you'll see that it works. Okay, we can tap that. Okay, so this function is being executed inside this callback. All right, and now let's broaden our understanding. So say for example, you don't have these things. Now this bracket and this thing, this bracket and curly braces, we can simply write just like this. This is equivalent to this one. Okay, this is just equivalent to this one. Now, so since this is equivalent to this one, so actually we could do like this. We just know we saw that inside this we can call func1, right? We could have called that inside that one. Now, since we know this bracket and this equivalent to this, now we can call func over here, and this would work as well. We need to put this. So what's happening here right now, what you're telling, okay, this is equivalent to this and this. Okay, and now we are telling it, okay, now this one is inside the callback as well. It just, you can understand this whole thing is being replaced over here. Now this still gets called, but this gets called from inside this. So we have the outer braces, and then inside we are calling this. But now of course it's happening through this one, which is this. Okay, so over here once again we wrote again a function. So this is a function inside this callback. Remember, over here this is a callback section. Okay, so over here this is our callback. Now this is running inside this, which is equivalent to this section. Okay, yeah, this is just short form. So that's what we have over here. Now let's go ahead and remove this. Now let's understand this one. Now this is also a function. Okay, if you don't want to write this like this, you can actually do like this. Okay, it's still the same. Now this one over here equivalent to this one. Okay, and this one and this one equivalent to this one and this one. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. And that's it. That's as simple as this one. Now of course over here we have curly braces, and inside this we are passing function, string or parameters. It doesn't really matter. We could do the same over here as well. If you just go ahead and go back like this, you can also pass things from here like hello callback. Now of course all you need to do here is say string, because hello callback is string time hello. That's it. You can print it here. Even you can pass it to this function hello, and then here string hello. That's it. And if you want, you can print hello inside this hello, yeah, and it would work. So now this one is exactly same as this one, is exactly same as this one. Okay, all right. But if you don't understand this, you can always go back and write like this. Okay, this is just a short form. A lot of languages, they use this one. So here the idea is it's a callback, it's a function that's being executed inside this callback function, because navigator, and another thing, navigator over here push named, it returns a future. Okay, so if it returns a future, we learn that, or if a function that returns a future is better, you call it inside this callback function. So that's what we are doing here. We are calling this push named inside this callback. Okay, so we don't have any return problem, because this one doesn't return anything. Now this one over here, this section gets executed inside this, even if this return, but it doesn't impact this one over here. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, a lot of time it's kind of convoluted, the idea. I just wanted to explain because we see this kind of writing in a lot of places, and that's it. Okay, so since we have a better understanding how these settings work and how do this on tap event works, so we can go ahead and work on this page. So definitely first we'll have a title, and at the bottom we'll have the logout button. We want to keep it simple. Now over here inside this profile, we already have, we see an abber. Okay, actually not this one, we are talking about this one, right? Inside the settings page.dart. Okay, so this is our settings page, and inside this we can have something like a directory, and we'll call it widgets, and inside this we'll have file, and we'll call it settings widgets.dart. Okay, well, the first thing we want to do, we want to create an abber. So here abber, and we'll keep it simple, and we'll call it build abber, and then return abber. Then here we'll have title, and inside title we'll have a container, and let's import the libraries. I think we also need the libraries. Okay, good. Now over here we'll have child, and then we're gonna do container again, container. Okay, and here inside this we'll have text widget, and we'll call it settings. All right, and to make it effective we need to come over here and call build abber. Build abber like this, and make sure that we import it. Now, okay, we do see that we have an abber in common section. Okay, common widgets. Let's go ahead and check it. So here it says library, and the common widgets /back, like common widgets. Well, I guess we have two files. Well, over here we have one. Then that looks like, no, we can't really use this one, so we're gonna skip that. And over here, I think that is to do with the wrong naming in the folder, and well, we can just simply delete that. We don't need this anyway. So let's come back. So the one we want to import over here is let me see, we can get that or not. So here we can do it manually. and we'll go back one step further and settings, and then here we do widgets, and then setting widgets like this. And let's see, we might have an issue with spelling. Okay, good, the problem solved. Let's save it. Yes, well, I guess to make it effective we need to restart it, as it's an error, a lot of changes. Okay, let's come over here, and it doesn't look like it took effect over here. It's still hello there, or maybe we need to work on this style. So let's go ahead and do that. Style, text style, color, app colors dot primary text, this one, font weight dot bold. Okay, now it's visible, as you can see. Most probably the color was white. Okay, let's go ahead and import it. Okay, great. With this we are ready with our error, and well, we don't need this inside, so we can remove this. Okay, so now here we want to have a logout button. Now first thing we want to do over here, we want to have a container. Okay, right. Now inside the container you want to give it a width and height. So let's give it height 100, and then let's do decoration, box decoration, image, decoration, image here, asset image. These are the properties you have to remember. I mean, not much to do. Once you get the hang of it, you'll know that how it works. PNG, and I guess we have to import this logout.png. Let's save it. Yes, we already saved it. Now with this, it also tells us that this is the time that you set the background color, colors.white, so that it looks good. Okay, beautiful. Well, that's our decoration, and there is a property that I think we can set inside this. That's called fit, box fit dot fit height. Fit height, this one. It looks like it's same. Anyway, so let's continue. Now you want to wrap it around a gesture detector widget. So let's go ahead and do that here. Gesture detector. Right. Now inside this we'll have untap event. So here it's untap. And now once again we can go like this. Okay. Or it depends on kind of widget that you are going to use. But of course, a lot of the time this is the most safe way to do that. Okay, so here we could do show dialog, because we want to show a dialog about it whenever we want to actually click on this button. Now it takes the builder property, and if you hover over on this, you'll see that okay, then we can hover over on this one, builder. So it is required widget. It's a function, so we have to assign here a function, and the function, you should pass context to it, which is says build context. So it's a function. Over here we are going to do, I mean, of course it's an anonymous function, build context, and you can name it context right inside this. Here we want to show another widget which is called alert dialog. Alert dialog. All right. Okay, and we are returning over here as well. And inside this we could do title, and then here we say text confirm logout, and here we'll have content this one, and then here we do confirm logout. There's a typo. Okay, let's hot reload and see if it works or not. Okay, that's what we see. And it has other properties that we need to set. Let's see if we can have const modifier. Okay, and if you hover over on it, it should have other properties like a list of actions. So here inside this we could do actions, this one, and let's hover over on this. It takes a list of widgets. So here we can put widgets, and the first one is text button, and here we'll have onPressed event and a child. Now the child itself, we are going to set a text over here. Here we'll say cancel. Okay, now if you hover over on this, well, first invalid const, most probably we need to remove const from here. Okay, and here it also takes a function that doesn't return anything. Okay, now over here we can do navigator dot off context, and then we could do pop. It means whatever is there, return from there. Well, now this is a function. Well, if it's a function and you can't really return like this, and you see over here, if you go inside this, well, you'll see, let us see, go down. Now this is a function, and if you come inside this, it could return true from there, as you can see. And some other places, if you come down, like here. Now, since this is a function, you can't really like this. If it's just one statement, you could do that, but it is not. So here you could do like this. It would work. Or we know that this one and this one has a better way of writing, which is this one. So that means that we are executing this function over here, this function over here inside this callback, and that's what it means. Now let's click on this, and here we already see this one. Now we are going to copy this text button over here, and then after this here we'll have the other one, and here we'll say confirm. And let's see if we need to put const modifier, which is always good. Let's do that. Okay, and here as well, it's a good practice. And it looks like we have, oh no, we didn't have any problem. Okay, now next section, we have to work inside this actually. And there are a lot of statements that we need to write inside this, or syntaxes, to be work with this. All right. Now we want to log out, and how to do that? Now, if you see our sign-in controller over here, when we were logging in, actually we are saving our key, which is this one, inside this variable, inside the local storage. So all we need to do, we need to remove this so that user is logged out. Because right now, every time we log in, we see that user is already logged in because we do this checkup during our application boot up or when we refresh everything. So like over here. Okay, so we need to remove that value so that it returns false. Okay, and that's what we want to do. Okay, so our job is to remove this value. And how to do that? Now, to be able to do that, we need to find storage service over here. And so far we were able to set values, but we don't have any values for removing. Okay, so now we have to do that. Now over here we can create a method, and we should be future type bool, and then we'll call it remove. And all we need to do inside this, we need to pass a key. It would find the key and remove. So here it would be in string format, string key, and here return preps dot remove and the key. And that's all. That's as simple as this one. Now we need to come over here and we can call this. So first we can call global dot, well, I think we need to import it, otherwise it won't be recognized. Global.storageService.remove. Now here you need to send the key. Now we know that app constants, the second one, we can access storage user profile key, this one, and that's it. Now okay, we can put it like this, or we can remove it, what I'm trying to do, like this. And of course you'll see that it says error. Let's hover over on this. So this argument, it returns a bool. Well, it returns something. Since it's returned, we learned that you can't have it like this. If it didn't return anything, you could. Since it doesn't, so you can also write it like this, which I like because with this it looks cleaner and they're same. So now what it would do, it would remove everything from our storage. Now if you come over here and come over here, now click on this, and then you confirm. Okay, well, nothing happened, looks like. But if you try to log in now, well, nothing happened because I think I set the wrong key. It should be storage token key. So let's try it again and do like this, confirm. And this time it looks like nothing happened. And we also make sure that we don't have any error. Okay, let's restore our app. Now it asks you to go back to this sign in page, and this is awesome. Now it looks like more like a complete app where you can log in and sign in. You log out like this. So it's more like working like a complete app right now. So you can go ahead and log out from here. But one more thing we want to do, we want to actually not only just remove everything, we want to go to a different page, which means that you need to go to sign in page. So here it's a navigator dot off dot context over here. Now push named and remove until this one. So here we want to do app routes dot sign in, the second one, and then we return false here. So at the top we have to put our first expressions, which is this one. All right, now what we could do with this, now this two together, actually we can create a function and put them in one line, in one function. All right, so now over here we want to separate them, as I said earlier. Now at the top we can declare a function over here inside this build method, and over here we'll say, well, it's a void type, and we'll say remove user data, like that. That's all. And then we are going to copy this one over here from here, copy everything actually, and let's go ahead and cut this, and after that let's put it here. Okay, right, so now this become a function, so our function doesn't return anything, so it can replace this callback section. So here we can say remove user data, remove user data. Okay, well, it will work like this. If you want, you can also do like this and it will work the same. So but in that case you should have this one, so it's more like it's running inside, this function is running inside the callback function. Okay, so now let's go ahead and save it, and we'll see that it works. Now over here there is a weird situation that has happened. If you do it now, let's go ahead and log out, and then okay, let's confirm, and then I'm going to type in my password. Let's log in. Now it goes to this section over here, the fifth button, but it should be here. So that's weird behavior, and we'll take care of that. Some of you might be concerned that why it's working like this, so we'll take care of that. But with this section has been done. Okay, now we need to separate this code because we don't want to put this one over here. These are setting sections, so we're gonna put it over here inside this app bar. Now for now we can just simply go ahead and call it like this over here. So here we just return a widget, and we'll say settings button, like this, and over here we are going to return. So I'm going to cut this from here and then return this. But with this there is an error. Now there are two things over here. First, we need to pass the context, but we can pass it easily from here. So what are you going to do? We're just gonna call this one settings button, and then simply we pass the context. That would solve the problem. Now if you come over here, you can just simply go ahead and build this build context. Now after this, over here inside this page, we also need to pass this function. Okay, so we're gonna pass it from here. Now it's a void type, so we can just simply go ahead and pass this one, use remove user data. But of course there would be an error, so we need to accept it over here, and we'll call it void function, and you will call it func. Of course you can call it anything, it doesn't really matter. And then we can just simply go ahead and remove this, and we can call it func, and with this it would still work. And let's go ahead and refresh. Okay, now we are here. Now let's go over there. Now let's log out, and yeah, it logged out. And now of course if you do Dylan or your username, the best stack, whatever it is, so let's go ahead and log in, and then we'll see that we're logged in. So everything is perfect, but here this is the problem, so it should be here. We'll take care of that. But over here actually our code is cleaner. Over here our code is cleaner because we have separated the logic. And one thing we learned how to pass a function to another function like this, and as well as we also learned how to use the function as a callback function, which we have done over here. That's beautiful. Okay, great. Now after this we need to take care of this one, why it behaves like this. Well, now it is easy to know. I mean, I'll solve this in next section, but before you watch the next section, maybe you can work on your own that why it's behaving like this. Actually it's easy. So now after this we are going to solve this problem over here. Like once we log in, it comes to this page. Well, hopefully some of you have resolved this, and if you did, put a message below so that I know that you did it. Now one of the other things why it happens is because before we log in, actually the state of this application page. Now if you come over here and you see application page, this one, now it will have a state. So over here this thing does this, like for example we have to go over here. So once I click on this, we know that the state becomes 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean the index, but of course index is our state. So then we come over here, and log out. So that's why it happens. Now there are few ways we could do it. One of the ways is, like before we log in, reset the state. Okay, this is one of the ways to go ahead with. Now let's go ahead and check how to do that. Okay, one thing though, you have to be sure that once we log out from here, click on this button, and then once we log out from here, so the state is 4. Okay, this is what it's causing. Now we need to find our logout button. Now that's in our let us see where it is. Settings page, this one. Okay, now this is over here. Actually we can set the state. Once you click on this remove data, once we click on this one, well, you could do like this. you need to access the state of our application. And how do you access the state of your application? You are on a new page, and this is the settings page. And well, settings page over here, of course, we also have a state. Okay, now this state is also active this time. And over here, it doesn't really matter. You can always access your state or block from another page or another screen. So over here, we do context.read, and all you need to do, you need to give it which context to look up. So we're going to look up the context for app blocks. Okay, and then over here we could do add events, and so over here we need to pass like this. So trigger event, trigger app event, and you want to set it to 0 like this, and then you are good to go. Now previously, if you remember that this trigger app events, this one actually sets the index. So before we log out, we are setting it to 0. So when you log in back, so the index would be 0 again. So this is one of the solutions. Now let's go ahead and try it. Let's click on this and log out. Okay, now we'll log in back. And then over here we'd do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then here we are. And that doesn't affect any of the things that we are doing over here. Well, hopefully it makes sense. Okay, so now this is the time that we refactor a little bit one more time. Now if you come over here and see the folder, first thing, our home page over here, well, this 3 shouldn't have been there. I'm not sure why and when I did this, so we need to move them to this block folder, and then with auto refactor, click over here and it should do the job. And we may need to wait a little bit of time before they take effect. All right, and then over here, well, I think we either remove some of them, I guess. Yeah, mostly it's removing, and then the error should be gone. Okay, and there is an error over here, so that's about importing it. All right, now this section is good, and we do see that over here we might have an error as well. Okay, looks like no error, and let's go ahead and run it and make sure that it's running as we expected. All right, no problem. Okay, and let's log into our app right now. Now over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, great. If you come over here, so we have some text. As you can see, these are bold and black, and over here we also have text like bold and black. Now a lot of this application actually shares a lot of the text. They're very common, so I want to use them globally. It means that I want to define a global file, and over there we want to define this text style and everything, including the widget. So over here inside this, I'm going to create another file. Okay, here we'll say base text widget .dart. All right, so now inside this we can actually remove some of the logics that we have done early. One of the things we did before was, like, if you go and see our home page, where it is, okay, right, home widgets. Okay, now, yes, I know that we have a reusable widget over here, I think at the top somewhere. Let me minimize them so that I can get a better view of this. Okay, so this is the one that I'm talking about. So this one actually should be used or saved in a global place. So I'm going to cut this and then I'm going to put it here. Okay, well, let's import things first. Colors and well, is that material app? No, I don't think so. It's a cappuccino widget or package. And then over here we need to import this one. Now, since this is global, this should not be private method, so we keep it like this. All right, great. Now, of course, with this we'll have errors, the places that we use. Okay, and let me close the one that we don't need. We need this home page, we need settings page, we don't need our blocks, we don't need. All right, now it could throw issues over here first. Looks like no issues there, and definitely it would throw issues here. Okay, now first thing we have to do, remove this and get it globally. Now over here we need to import this one and the error should be gone, and as well as over here we remove this underscore and error should be gone and everything still works. Okay, well, now go ahead and restart our app and we'll see that it's still fine, and as it is, as it was there, it is still there and no change. That's good, but it's still not helping much. Now if you open our folder structure over here, project structure, we see this settings widget. Now inside this settings widget we will see that, as well as over here actually, this text. So here it says that it's a primary text, bold and 6 and font size 16. Now if you come over here, in general our default value is primary text, font size is 16 and font weight is bold. So this reusable text actually we can put over here. So I'm going to remove this and I'm just gonna pass reusable text and inside this settings. Now this one over here is good because it has saved our time. Now let's go over here in our profile sections. I think, okay, well, this is settings. Okay, this page, setting page, and let's go to our profile section and let's find our profile. Okay, I guess it should be this one, and we do have here build app bar. Okay, and over here we see the same thing, so exactly the same. So we can just simply go ahead and remove that, and we can call reusable text, and all we need to do, just pass the text profile, and with this our code looks much better. Okay, and we do see that the color changed, and let me see where it is coming from. Now it's importing one of this from pages common widgets, and inside this pages we might have the other one, that one. So I'm going to make sure that we import the right one. Text. Okay, we don't want that one, we want this one actually. All right, and then here we say profile. We are good to go. All right, now let's save it. Now this section could also be moved to this global section. Okay, now let's find our home page one more time. So this is our home page, and inside this we have, well, it should be inside this menu view. Okay, now over here we also see we have reusable text, but this one is coming from well, hopefully so this is pointing to the right one, and we are happy about that. And there is another one, which is this one. All right, and it's also working automatically because over here we call this one and set this, and if you hover over on it, you see it's there, so it worked. All right, now reusable menu text. So far I think let me go ahead and check that. Reusable menu text, so we don't want to change this, so we are good with this. So that means that pretty much all this bold color, they're reusable right now. Bold and black color, they're all reusable, and I guess we are happy about that. All popular, so we don't want to change any of this. We are good to go. All right, so with this, the basic refactoring is done one more time. All right, great. So after that, we're gonna see how to work with our backend. In next sessions, we will set up our backend. All right, hello everyone, assalamu alaikum. Here we'll see how to install XAMPP server and Laravel on Windows 11. All right, now to be able to do that, first I'm gonna open up my browser over here, and I'm gonna go to download some software. So the first one would be XAMPP server. So let's go ahead and do that. So here I'll type in Google, and then I'll do XAMPP, and then over here I'm gonna click on this, and over here we get to choose what kind of version we want. So we want it for Windows, so I'm going to click on this, and here it says that it should start downloading automatically. So we'll see if it does or not. Now after that, here we'll come over here in Google one more time, and here we'll say Composer. Now I'm going to click on this, and it looks like our XAMPP server is being downloaded. That's great. And over here we have this Composer. Now we want to download it. Okay, well, there are many options there, and we want to download this one, composer setup.exe. Let's go ahead and do that, and it's also downloading, so it may take a few seconds. All right, so these are the few things that we need to get our environment set up and development setup up and running. All right, now looks like they're both downloaded, so I'm gonna first come over here, and I'll select yes, make changes with XAMPP server. So double click on that and start installing. All right, now it's booting up over here, and it's some permission related issue which we'll do later. Now here we're gonna click next. Well, here we are in C drive, and then the set folder is not empty, so please select a different folder. So I'm gonna click next, English, and ready to set up. Go ahead and it's installing. Now since it's a big file, it may take a bit of time, so until that we'll be waiting. All right, and over here it looks like it's done, so let's go ahead and click finish. Now it started over here. All right, and this is one thing we have done, and after that we need to go ahead and find our Composer. Now we know that Composer has been downloaded. Let's go ahead and find it. And I'm gonna click on this open folder, and once I do that, actually it'll install it. So I'll say install for me, and I'm gonna select developer mode, and then we'll click next, and it's being installed over here inside the user, and then it is in XAMPP PHP. All right, and then we'll keep it empty, and we'll go over there, and it's relatively much faster. All right, then we're gonna click next, and we don't need that. Okay, here we are good. All right, now our XAMPP and Composer being installed. Now if we come over here, we'll see this, we have this XAMPP control panel, and one of the things we could do over here, config and php.ini, and inside this actually we want to look for some extensions and make sure that those extensions are enabled. So here we would say extension, and okay, let's go ahead and find more extension. Okay, well, we see that our MySQL extension is enabled over here, and SQLite extension is enabled. And let's go down and see if we need more extensions. And so far we are good over here. And over here we see that OpenSSL, so we also need to enable that. So we're going to remove this, and I'm going to look for zip. Let's go ahead and find it, and over here we need to enable this one as well. Let's go ahead and do that. After that, we are going to save this file, and here we'll say Control S, and we're going to save it. And here we'll try to click on this button and start Apache, and looks like it started. And now we're gonna go ahead and click on this one, MySQL, and it wants us to allow access. We'll do that. Okay, well, after that we're gonna find our folder, and inside this we'll find XAMPP, and inside XAMPP we are supposed to see our htdocs, which is this one, and inside this we should have everything and all the projects there. Okay, now we can verify whether it's working or not from our browser. So over here we're gonna type in localhost, and here we are. So it means that it's alive. All right, and after that we're gonna take care of our Laravel section and how to do that. First, you need to go ahead and open up a terminal. I'm going to open up a terminal over here, and from this terminal we need to navigate to our XAMPP server folder. Now XAMPP server is CXAMPP and htdocs, so we need to go there. So here we'd come over here, and we'll step back because our XAMPP is installed inside this users folder, I guess. Let me see. Not really, it's inside this C folder, not really users folder. So I'm gonna go back over here, and we do there, and here we do XAMPP. Now here we do cd XAMPP, and inside this we have a lot of things, and now we want to go to cd htdocs. Now here we are, and these are the things.